guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Well, thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. Got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break one line for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Blacktown. Let her roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. And it don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, you'll catch it all on the Steve Sommers Show. We got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Yeah, we're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive.
Let's get this thing fired up. Hey there! Believe it or not, weekend is in the books. Close it out. Hey, April underway. 4th day of April coming on. First full week of the month of April. Of course, if you weren't with us Friday morning, had the big announcement starting this morning. Our big contest gets underway. There you go. Yeah, your chance to win $1,000 and a shot at a $10,000 grand prize happening 4 times every workday. TNCRadio.live. What you're going to do is you're going to listen in for a keyword. I will have the first keyword in hour number 2, and I'll have a second keyword coming up in our final hour this morning. And then throughout the rest of the broadcast day on TNCRadio.live, you'll have the opportunity to catch 2 additional keywords. And what you'll do is just go to TNCRadio.live and enter the keyword. Each time you enter a keyword, that is an entry. So again, throughout the day, I think TNCRadio.live, during their live shows, you'll get a keyword between 9 and 11 a.m. You'll get another keyword between 5 and 7 p.m. So again, coming up next hour, we'll have our first keyword for the big giveaway. All right, I'll give you more details on that coming up here. All right, we'll get update. What's going on in the world of racing? Ryan put it all together for us. What's happening in the world of NASCAR? What's happening in the world of Outlaws? And so much more. We'll kick things off, a look around the country. It's been a volatile past couple of weeks, as a matter of fact. After more than a dozen states targeted by severe weather this past week, some of the same areas apparently are going to be threatened again during the first week of April here. We'll be watching for a dip in the jet stream across the center of the country. Speaking, as of now, it all began to unfold this past day. You got some showers and thunderstorms at this hour in southeastern Kansas, right through the heart of Missouri. Not seeing anything as far as severe weather just yet, but those thunderstorms started firing across the Red River, and they're going to actually be lingering through the overnight hours. Could see some hail and some damaging winds, the primary threat tonight. Yeah, the strongest of these storms are going to stay east of Amarillo and Lubbock, and west of Abilene to southwestern suburbs of Oklahoma City. That's kind of the zone that's going to be in the crosshairs. Yeah, severe thunderstorms are expected to erupt across eastern Texas, reaching the Mississippi River Valley later today. So as we get the new week underway, boom, right back at it with Mother Nature. Some of the bigger metropolitan areas, Dallas and San Antonio, could be at risk for severe storms. Once again, storms capable of producing hail and damaging winds. Winds gusting to 75 miles per hour, according to AccuWeather. Plus, flooding, downpours, and even some isolated tornadoes, again, cannot be ruled out. If you're going to be out there rolling along portions of I-10, 20, I-45, you're going to have to remain alert today, as these gusty winds and heavy rainfall will obviously lead to reduced visibility, ponding of water on the roadways. So travel's going to be slowed down, especially later this afternoon and into the evening rush hours. But that threat for severe weather does not end at the Mississippi River Valley. Forecasters remain concerned about severe weather across the remainder of the southeast, even into midweek here. 2 separate storms are forecast to target an area stretching from central Tennessee southward through the central Gulf Coast and then eastward into the South Carolina beaches into midweek. The first of these same storms is going to bring severe weather further west. Then the second storm is going to swing through the plains into the Midwest later Tuesday night into Wednesday. Another round of thunderstorms. These dual storms could put the same locations under risk 2 days in a row, as a matter of fact. Now, they explained that cities from New Orleans to Tallahassee, Florida, northward then to Charleston, South Carolina, all points in between will have to remain alert for severe storms, especially midweek. Now, along with the threat for severe weather comes concerns about flooding, especially in the same areas that were hit by heavy thunderstorms more than once in a 48-hour period. It's possible the southeast could see rainfall rates, they tell us, get a load of this 2 to 3 inches per hour in some of the heaviest thunderstorms this week. Undoubtedly, that means flooding problems. So be prepared for both severe weather and the threat for flooding. Have a plan in place as the storms arrive and a reliable way to receive your watches and your warnings. Many of these same areas have been struck by severe weather numerous times this spring. Again, you'll be at risk for damaging thunderstorms and tornadoes. Jacksboro, Texas, about 60 miles northwest of Fort Worth. You're one of the many areas that are reeling from this active spring. Still cleaning up for the big EF3 tornado that struck that area 1 week ago. Jacksboro Elementary and the high school both took a direct hit from the twisters, 140-mile-per-hour winds. So there you go. Activity. Now, the northern tier of the country, will delve a bit more into that coming up. Yeah, get ready for another touch of old man winter. Snow will be in the forecast. Rain and mountain snow portions of the northwest, British Columbia, western Canada, then sweeping into the north central USA, the northern plains, later this week. And plenty of industry headlines to update you on. We'll get the very latest from the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association, the latest from our friends at CDL Life. Friday, lawmakers actually introduced a bipartisan bill that would create a tax credit just for truck drivers, a way to try and attract and retain more drivers in the industry. What's that all about? It's called the Strengthening Supply Chains Through Truck Driver Incentives Act. Introduced again by a bipartisan group. According to the news release from Representative Mike Gallagher's office, the Strengthening Supply Chains Through Truck Driver Incentives Acts would, number one, create a new refundable tax credit of up to $7,500 for truck drivers that have a valid Class A CDL who drive at least 1,900 hours in the year. That tax credit will last for 2 years, 2022 and 2023. It would also create a new refundable tax credit of up to $10,000 for new truck drivers or individuals enrolled in a registered trucking apprenticeship. That tax credit would also last for 2 years. Then one more, that this would allow new truck drivers to be eligible for the credit if they did not drive a commercial truck in the previous year or drive for at least 1,420 hours in the current year. They may receive a portion of the credit if they drive less than 1,420 hours in the year, but drove at least an average of 40 hours a week upon starting to drive. The truck driving industry facing a massive workforce shortage, they tell us, that continues to disrupt the supply chain, continuing to see empty store shelves. Gallagher says we need truck drivers to keep that economy moving. This bill would take steps to encourage more individuals to make a career out of this important work. Over the last 2 years, we've just seen how important the truck drivers are for keeping this economy growing and our communities moving. But to fully combat the shortages and the rising costs faced by families and businesses right now, our legislation takes a common sense step toward addressing our chronic driver shortage, a refundable tax credit for the men and women who keep the goods flowing. We would encourage more young people to hop in the driver's seat, reduce headaches for trucking businesses, and make sure experienced drivers are rewarded for the hard work. That's the breakdown industry headline number one. Interesting how that works out. But hey, around the country, our number 844-844-3388. Who we got checking in out of the box here? YouTube, Facebook, friends, overnightdriveradio.com. Hello to Heavy D. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. Everybody stay safe. Keep on trucking. Philly Dan is on board. Steve, I don't do much Facebook, but does Rambler have his show live on YouTube? Yeah, no, Philly Dan, I believe it's just the Facebook Live thing. He said, I'd like to check it out. But anyway, stay safe out there. God bless the Rambler. Richard on board from Central Florida with 64 degrees. Matthew, it's been a long time since we heard from you, Matthew. Good morning. Good to have you on board. Hope everything's been going well. There's Canadian Terry in Beckley, West Virginia. 38 degrees, a clear night. Copy the mail, eh? Captain Ron checking in on the best day of the week. Love those Mondays, right? Thanks, Captain Ron. Jimmy Jammer's on board. James, hey, Steve, did you hear Biden intends on dropping Title 42 in May? Yes, we've been talking about that for several weeks now. And yeah, they're preparing us. They're expecting 500,000 illegals per month as soon as that is terminated. I have the full story here, all set and ready to roll, so we'll get to that in a bit. Hello to Zorro this morning. A little chilly in Atlanta. There's Bama checking in from the home 20, Springville, Alabama, where that missing woman from Florida was found buried in a barn about 5 miles from where I live. I'm sure you've heard about the passing of C.W. McCall over the weekend. And he was actually partly responsible for getting me interested in trucking. Everybody stay safe out there. Yes, C.W. McCall. He's been in hospice since February and passed away over the weekend, 93 years old. So, yeah, hearing about Convoy, Rubber Duck, right? Heat wave checks in morning from Battle Mountain, Nevada. We've got clear, 46 degrees. There's Larry. Everybody, good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe. A little windy in the northeast tonight. And one more here. Christian, good morning, Steve, from the Windy City. A little bit of rain, 40 degrees. The Southwest Wisconsin milkman doing a little lactose relocation to the East Coast this week. Delivering that milk. All right, a bunch of others checking in we'll get to coming up here. Meanwhile, we'll get our quick timeout. Return in two. Lots to cover here on a Monday morning. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, what else we got here? Oh yeah, it's the $1,000 daily driver bonus that kicks off this morning, 4th day of April. When we announced that Friday morning, I'm sure some of you thought, oh, this is just an April Fool's joke. No April Fool's joke. Your chance to win $1,000 and a shot at a $10,000 grand prize. Actually, there's going to be 2 winners each day. It's $2,000 a day when all is said and done. Then on May the 9th, I believe, that's when we wrap up 5 consecutive weeks of giveaways each day, Monday through Friday. Then all the registrants from the entire contest period are thrown in the hopper, and somebody's going to win a $10,000 grand prize on May the 9th. Brought to you by Hot Shot Secret. Hey, it looks like Tom's up with us, tncradio.live, as we speak this morning. Hey, Spartacus checking in this morning during the crisscrossing of I-70. Good morning. Hello, America. Who's that checking in? I guess a new listener. Can't read the name. Pappy's on board. Had the good news over the weekend. Mercedes is at the home 20. But 44 degrees in Harrison. 0900's going to roll around fast. Yes, she'll be beginning outpatient therapy, I guess, starting at 9 this morning. So at some point, Pappy's got to get some rest. But glad to hear Mercedes is actually at the home 20. She's been in the hospital. It was 2 months, February 1 till April 1. Hello, Steve. Big Red checking in around Indianapolis. There's Deborah this morning. Morning, Steve. Hope everyone had a great weekend. Stay safe out there. Everyone, especially my guy, as she always likes to say. All right, before we get to your calls, here's the update. NASCAR showed up at Richmond Speedway this weekend for the Toyota Owners 400. It was Ryan Blaney led the field to the green flag, and he would keep his streak alive for leading laps in every race so far this year. Blaney would go on to win Stage 1 ahead of William Byron. Stage 2 would go caution-free. Martin Truex Jr. winning Stage 2. Then William Byron got on to lead the majority of Stage 3. While many others hit the pits for fresh tires, Byron opted to stay on the track with up to a 5-second lead at times, while the last 90 laps went without a caution. Denny Hamlin pit with 47 laps to go and would come back through the field and pass Byron with 5 laps to go. A hard-charging Kevin Harvick was able to get past Byron, but unable to catch Hamlin as they crossed the start-finish line for the first win of the season, and surprisingly, his first top 10 of the season as well. Kevin Harvick finishing second, followed by William Byron, Martin Truex Jr., and Kyle Larson. On to the World of Outlaws. World of Outlaws rained out in Oklahoma Friday, but raced at the Devil's Bowl Speedway in Mesquite, Texas on Saturday. Brian Brown took the lead from the green, but on lap 3 was passed by Brent Marks. Marks, who's from Pennsylvania, but not an Outlaw regular, would go on to beat the Outlaws, collecting a $20,000 payday Saturday. Donnie Schatz finished second. Brian Brown held on for third. They're in the World of Outlaws. Thank you for the update there from Ryan this morning. Buckeye Boy checking in from Springfield, Missouri, where it's 62 degrees, headed to Phoenix. Now, as an over-the-road Class B driver, I'm a little more than upset that this tax credit does not apply to us. My drivers and I do over $85,000 per year in our straight trucks. Anyway, had a good weekend in Columbus with the family and friends. Have a great night. Everybody be careful out there. Hello to the Mud Dog. I sure would like to win that money. I think I'll put my name in the hat. Just stick around here. Hour number 2 will give you the first keyword, and you go over to tncradio.live and get registered right there. All right, to the phones we go. Who's checking in out of the box first here? Would that be PG? That's what it says on the screen. Hi there.
Hi, Steve. This is Pinky.
PG. Well, what's going on, Pinky? How was your weekend?
It was good. Happy first day of the week.
Yes.
That's the best day of the week. Hey, do you like Waffle House?
Yeah, I love me some Waffle House. Absolutely.
Well, Dimebag Denny took me to Waffle House the other day, and I had my hash browns covered and lathered and slathered and popped, and that's like heaven in a potato.
Yes, it is.
And then we took me shopping, and he took me a Victoria's Secret, and he got me this real nice outfit. Did you see the pictures? Somebody, TMZ or somebody put me on the internet and everything. Did you see that?
I did not catch that. No, sorry about that.
Oh, you're missing out.
I bet.
And somebody else even said that me and Lavender should go up there to Dollywood and get a hold of Jolly Green Giant and get in that hot tub with him. But Steve, I've got my morals. Girls like me don't do that. Dimebag Denny's my man.
I hear you. Right. You're a one-man woman, huh?
That's right. I got my morals. Supreme Court don't know what a woman is, but I got my morals.
Pinky, I gotta go. What a way to start the week. Yeah, C.W. McCall, the ad man who found fame as a country music singer, singing about 18-wheelers. Of course, the one everyone remembers, 1976, the number one convoy. Passing away at 93 years old over the weekend. According to his son, Bill Fries III, a.k.a. McCall, has been battling cancer. He's been in hospice at his Colorado home. Passed away Friday, as a matter of fact. Yeah, Breaker 19, this here's the Rubber Duck. Yeah, the novelty hit, Convoy. It was kind of celebrating the heyday of CB radios in the community of long-haul truck drivers who used CBs. Released in November of 1975, this song, which it was a spoken word song that would ultimately top both the country and the pop charts the next year, selling more than 2 million copies, ultimately inspiring a movie of the same name in 1978 that starred Chris Christopherson and helped add some of the jargon or the lingo like 10-4, good buddy, into the national lexicon. But the song and the CB radio craze, it would help inspire, all started in an office in Omaha, Nebraska. Born in 1928, Audubon, Iowa, as William Dale Fries Jr. He created the character of C.W. McCall in 1974 while he was working at an ad agency in Omaha. Now, his goal was not to record radio hits, but he was actually trying to sell loaves of bread with country-sounding jingles at the time. I wanted to name the truck drivers something that would be easily remembered. A lot of the truck drivers wore initials on their shirts. As he was interviewed by DJ Bob Berry. You know, we thought it was sort of a country western sounding track, so that's where the CW came from. Country western, get it? C.W. McCall. The first commercial, Old Home Fill Her Up and Keep On a Trucking Cafe, was so popular it won a Clio Award, and he started to write a series of truck driving songs with Chip Davis, who would go on to form the neoclassical group Mannheim Steamroller. Old Home, Fill Her Up, and Keep on a Truckin' Cafe appeared on the debut album of C.W. McCall. That's 1975's Wolf Creek Pass. The title track hit number 12 on the country charts, and he had now pretty much fully transformed into the character of C.W. McCall. He set about recording the follow-up, Black Bear Road, September of 1975. Its title track started at number 24, or stalled at number 24, but he released another song off that album entitled Convoy, the tale of the caravan of big rig drivers led by the Rubber Duck. And that, for whatever reason, caught the national consciousness with that vivid cross-country imagery and the playful lingo. Smokies for the cops, remember, the bear in the air for the chopper, what's your 20 for your location, and, of course, 10-4 for affirmative. That track spent 6 weeks atop the country charts and actually hit number 1 on the pop charts at that point in time. Bless C.W. McCall. Rest in peace, right? Our number, 844-844-3388. Great to have you on board as we get the new week started. Trust you had a good weekend. Lots to cover. What's on your mind? First, let's get a news break in here and roll on through the late night, early morning hours as we roll into a Monday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
Russia's top negotiator, Vladimir Medinsky, is dismissing talk of a meeting between the presidents of Russia and Ukraine. Medinsky saying Russia and Ukraine remain far apart on peace talks, which will continue on Monday. At least 6 people are dead and 10 more injured after a shooting in Sacramento early Sunday morning. Sacramento Fire Chief Keith Wade says the scene was still active, like a war zone, when they arrived.
Where you're having to decide who is viable, who should we work on, who is unfortunately deceased on scene. And as everyone is well aware, unfortunately, people did lose their lives.
The shooting happening in a popular entertainment district of the city, and social media video shows young people fighting with each other before gunfire erupts. California Democrat Governor Gavin Newsom wasting no time in blaming guns for the tragedy. USA Radio News.
Not too long ago, it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank, didn't it? For a vacation or a new car. But today, withdrawing your own cash has become risky. Pat Boone here for Swiss America. According to The Secret War, a new Swiss America white paper, I learned that all banks are now required to spy on you and me for the government, and then report any financial behavior deemed suspicious or unusual. You must read The Secret War. It's free.
Thanks, Pat. Call toll-free 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490.
Truth is, I believe the government's new war against cash is really a war against us all. But the secret is now out. So please, get and read The Secret War.
Again, 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490 today.
Or at SwissAmerica.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles per gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, my apologies. That was Buckeye Boy said it's 85,000 miles a year. All right, talking about the Class B driver's license not being eligible for the tax credit, just a Class A license for whatever reason. All right, hello to One Putt checking in this morning. Yay, Masters Week. All right, Trucking Live. Good to have you on board. Hello to Wally, Morning Steve, and the Overnight Drive Nation. And there's Gary. God bless C.W. McCall. Rest in peace. Here's Norman said, I bought a CB radio, the C.W. McCall branded CB by Radio Shack. I still have it. 23 channels, matter of fact. Yeah, had it tuned up at a CB Shack at Johnson Corner, Colorado. 1976 was the year. Actually still has the box it came in. Also a book with the 10 codes. 10-4, good buddy. You're not supposed to say that. Not the good buddy thing. All right, good to have you on board. It is 844-844-3388. To the Carolina Monkey Gouger. How was your weekend, Gouger?
Well, Steve, it was a very eventful weekend. Did you get to look at any of the pictures?
I don't think I've seen them, no. Where were you?
Well, Monkey Gouger Jr. took off for the Wild Blue Yonder with the world-famous Thunderbirds.
Oh, did he? How about that?
Yeah.
Yeah, Friday. Well, it started Wednesday when that hurricane blows through over there and got done. They was practicing. He called me and said, "Hey, you want to ride out to the base and watch them practice?" I said, "Yeah, we'll ride out there." So rode out there. Got to watch them practice a little bit. Then Thursday, they had him come in and do a little thing there where they, give him a shakedown, make sure he was fit to fly and all that, And then Friday, he had to go back over there at 6 o'clock in the morning. And he said, "You want to go for all it is?" I said, "Not really." I said, "Who's going to film you coming off that runway?" And he said, "Nobody that I know of." And I said, "Well, I'll go out there. You let me know what time you're going to take off." And I said, I'll be out there. I'll be at the end of that runway. So he told me, he said, "I'm going to take off at 10:25. So me and Debbie went out to the end of the runway there at the base and watched him taxi to the end of the runway. And I see that ball of fire up in that puff of smoke. I looked at Debbie. I said, "Here he comes." And they come down that runway, Steve, and about halfway down through there, they lifted up. They got down there where we was at. That pilot pulled that yoke stick back, and they took off for the moon. Fire flying out the rear end of that thing, but I mean, it was making a racket.
Now, did he remain conscious, or did he pass out? I mean, these guys, they pull G's to where a lot of guys who take a ride actually pass out briefly.
He become a member of the 91G club. He didn't pass out, didn't throw up in the bar bag, didn't pass out, and got to fly the airplane for 32 minutes.
Wow.
Yeah, he got the pilot. They call he's a pilot for the sheriff's department. He flies on what they call that drug interdiction, looking for the marijuana fields and everything. So the pilot said, "Well, we're gonna give you your shot." And they logged it on his logbook when he got back. And everything was winding down, and he logged it on there. He flew a F-16 with the Thunderbirds for 32 minutes. And I tell you, Steve, it was something. I mean, they rolled out the red carpet, treated us with royalty, and I mean, it was really something to be a part of. I enjoyed it. The 4 days of it, I don't want to see another airplane. I don't want to have to smile for another picture. I said, I'm ready to go in back. Now I'm back in the Peterbilt and I'm trucking.
That's great. So they actually had his name on the side of the plane I see there.
He had his name on the side of the plane, and I mean, they just rolled out. And I mean, they had a ceremony Saturday that he had to be at. We had to go down there. A bunch of dignitaries was there, and because he was crowned the hometown hero for the sheriff's department, and that's how he got to take the ride. And this morning, the governor come in, and a bunch of people, and had to be there for that. And like I say, 4 days, I'm done with the jet airplane pilot stuff. I enjoyed it. It was nice. But that concrete is worse than walking on that concrete up yonder at the Mid-America truck. So I'm crippled up.
Wow.
But the pilot said he done a hell of a job flying the plane. Said he didn't have to overcorrect for him or anything. Said he just got up there and done it. And I was really happy for him. I mean, it was something. So I was one. Me and Debbie were some proud parents.
I mean, you talk about a once-in-a-lifetime experience, and that's something not many people will ever get the opportunity to even do.
That's right, Steve. I mean, it was a once. Well, you know, like I was saying the other night, we had a picture of him when he was about 5 years old at Shaw Fest, where they had the big airplane show, and he was sitting there in a helmet and stuff, had his thumb out, and we found the picture tonight, and I'm gonna blow it up and give it to him. And said, "You told me one day you fly with a Thunderbird." I said, "Well, you did it." But I mean, I can't thank the staff for the Thunderbird, because I mean they were dead on. Anything that we needed, they were there. They had a golf cart assigned to us where they'd carry us out there when he got in and all that stuff. It was, I mean, they just rolled the Shaw Air Force Base. They just rolled out the red carpet, and we, you know, felt like we just part of the military family. And Steve, they brought in a bunch of World War II vintage planes. They had every kind of plane that was in the Air Force there. You got to walk up to, look at, and all that stuff. It was something to see. And a lot of those old P-51 Mustangs, B-17 bombers, they were there. The old P-40, the F-4 Corsair was there. I mean, there must have been, I bet you, 30 vintage World War II planes in that thing.
Wow.
And they were leaving there to go to Lakeland, Florida for a big air show. And it was awesome, man. I mean, it was something to see, once in a lifetime thing, and something to be a part of, and I'm very proud of it.
I don't blame you.
So he did get to fly. And we were concerned, you know, that there's bad weather that rolled in. I told Debbie, she said, "What do you think?" I said, "Debbie, I said, if this bad weather rolls out, he'll get to fly." And it went on through, and he got to take off. But I got a video of it, him taking off. It's a little long, but if you go to about the 7 minutes and 11 seconds into the video, you can see him rolling down the runway. When the pilot gets to the end of the runway, he just turns it straight up. And I hollered, "Hang on, JJ!" The first thing I asked him when he got back off, when he landed and come back up to where we was at, he was getting out the plane, and I said, "Let's see the barf bags." He held them both up to his hip, and the pilot said he didn't barf, he didn't pass out, he didn't loony. It's now a member of the 9-1 negative G.
I'll be darned.
But I'm real proud of him.
That's so cool.
Yep. And I told Debbie, I said, you know, this is a once-in-a-lifetime week. I said, last weekend was inducted into the Hall of Fame at Louisville, and this week rubbing elbows with the high and mighty, the governor and all the others. I said, it was something.
That's pretty awesome.
I said, pretty cool. So, anyway, anything happened over the week? Anything going on pressing? Any trucking news? Anything we need to know about?
Nothing earth-shattering in my world, per se, no.
I hadn't really seen a whole lot. I know the convoy moved out of Hagerstown, and they going way back to, I think, where they going to the capital of California now?
Back to California, because there's a bunch of legislation that they're trying to get shot down, and I've got the full scoop. I think there's actually 10 different bills, and what happens in California typically in short order begins to happen in other blue states or purple states, and eventually they end up typically being federally enacted. And what they're talking about in California would not good in my book.
No, I mean, I read those 10 days, and one of them, they were going to inoculate your child without your consent.
Correct.
I did people in California lost their damn mind, bro. They have went absolutely off the record with this. And I know I was watching it when they left Hagerstown, and they were talking about it, and They said, we're going to go over there and we're going to make a difference. And there was a bunch of them went back across there. And people meeting them and everything. So maybe they can get up there. I know they said that they was already in the newspaper, truckers convoy to the Capitol in California to raise hell. So, they're getting ready for them.
Yeah, just wait and see. California, I can almost see it now. It'll probably be more reminiscent of what happened there in Ottawa. Yeah, they're in Canada. They'll end up towing and impounding trucks and all kind of probably get ugly.
Yep, it probably will. I hope it don't. I hope we're a little bit different from what happened up there in Canada. But they made a big splash up there in D.C. They turned some heads up there. Got some people to talk to them, but I hope to say you get the same result in California.
Yeah.
Well, buddy, I'm going back on off out of here. It was good to talk to you. We'll talk to you tomorrow night because we're back at the old grindstone now.
All right, back to driving truck, making some money. All right, that's the idea. You can't be on vacation forever, right? I'm looking at some of the photos he posted here. And James Artis is a deputy sheriff for Sumter County, South Carolina, recipient of the Deputy of the Year Award, as well as 2 Deputy of the Month awards. Recently, he was pivotal in de-escalating an armed domestic violence call. He and his deputies were able to convince the suspect to drop their weapon and surrender. Their actions prevented any harm and ultimately led to the safe apprehension of the suspect. Artis is a role model in the force and in his community, and we're honored to fly him this morning in one of our F-16s. That's the post from the actual Air Force Thunderbirds Facebook page. How about that? I'll share some of the... some of these are shareable. Okay, I'll pop them up so you can check those out. Good times. I don't know if I'd have the guts to actually be able to to do that. The G-forces that they're pulling off the rails. All right, about 10 before the hour. Back into, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, just in case you weren't with us Friday morning when we made the initial announcement, Hot Shot Secret, proud to announce the $1,000 daily driver bonus. Contest starts today. Hot Shot Secret and TNCRadio.live. Working with the Independent Broadcasters Association to, again, give away $1,000 a day, part of this nationwide contest. Here this morning, next hour, as a matter of fact, we will have our first keyword of the contest, and we'll have another keyword probably in the final hour of the show. So 2 opportunities to get registered just by listening to the overnight drive. All you have to do then is go to tncradio.live, or you can use the tncradio.live app. You input the keywords along with your contact information. So during the broadcast day, tncradio.live will be announcing 2 additional keywords. So in other words, you get up to 4 opportunities per day to register. Then at noon the next day. So I assume that means our first winner will be actually announced at the noon hour on Tuesday. A winning name randomly drawn for a $1,000 daily prize, but then a second name is drawn. They also win the $1,000. So 2 $1,000 winners. We're going to be doing this every weekday for the next 5 weeks. But wait, there's more. Again, May the 9th, all the valid entries throughout the contest get put in the virtual hat. One winner will get a $10,000 grand prize. There are some stipulations. To be valid, contest participants must complete all the required fields, including a phone number where you can be contacted to notify you if you win. Each keyword has to be input separately. Winners must be legal residents of the USA. Complete list of rules should be available as we speak at tncradio.live on their website. All right? Hang in there. First keyword just around the corner. Meanwhile, back to the phones we go here. Heatwave checks in this Monday morning. Hello, Heatwave.
Good morning, senor. Well, sounds like Mr. Artist had himself a hell of a flight. And I believe what that was, when he went straight to the moon, as Gouger says, that was the combat climb. What they'll do is they'll have the brakes set, they'll kick the afterburners on, and when they get to a certain speed, they'll go ahead and lift up off the ground, like maybe 4 or 5 feet.
Mm-hmm.
And then at the end of the runway or close to it, they'll go ahead and they'll pull that yoke back. Yeah, and it looks like they're climbing straight to the moon.
Like a rocket.
And then right at 5,000, like a rocket, exactly. And at 5,000 feet, they'll level out. That's what they call a combat climb. So that way they can meet the aggressor just as soon as they get on the radar. They're already up, pretty close to where they need to be.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I bet that was a blast. And I bet those poor crew chiefs, every now and then when someone has to use the bag, I'm sure somebody misses with some of that fluid. And all I can say, it was a good thing I was a helicopter mechanic when I was in the Air Force. So, didn't have too many air sickness issues. So the only thing we was griping about was when we were hauling Army to do their thing out in the field. We were just tired of having to clean the lick marks off the windows from inside. They're like puppy dogs. They see a window and they just got to lick it. Oh, Lordy. Well, it's good to hear that Pappy's daughter is now at the house and getting the care she needs. That's good. I mean, just think about just how bad that accident was, to begin with, and now, coming out alive. That says a lot about modern day medicine, doesn't it?
Yes.
I went ahead and called Dean Michaels, the tax doctor. I got one of his associates, and they're going to take up the case where H&R Block executive dropped the ball. So I figured, all right, I sent them all the paperwork that they needed for both me and my wife. And I guess later on this week we'll find out what they can and can't do.
Okay.
And as I was getting the paperwork from H&R Block executive, Double R gave me a call and said, "Hey, you need to talk to this person here." I said, "Well, I've already talked to him." So he was like, "Good, you know." So if this goes well or even half decent, I'm pretty sure I'm going to become a permanent member of sending my taxes to Dean Michaels.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor.
He,
they've got that whole division set up. I mean, when he came on this program, I forget how many years ago it's been, they were really just about trying to help rectify issues with people that haven't filed. That's his specialty, people who haven't filed for a year or two or 10. And I know, tens of thousands of dollars. But ultimately, they ended up setting up a whole division where they can handle filing taxes for the truck drivers. They know what can and cannot be deducted and whatnot, specifically for the trucking community, which most of these big box tax places have no idea what it is filing taxes for a truck driver.
Right, or they'll just say, "Well, there's nothing here on this program that says anything about truck drivers." So, yeah. But, I had messaged Dean because we are on Facebook together, and apparently his father had passed away last week, so he was in Nevada taking care of the final preparations. So, for Dean and his family, God bless you, and my heartfelt condolences.
Yeah.
But, you're at the top of the hour. I guess I better let you go, huh?
Yeah, we got to get a news update here.
All righty.
But you can check back in later in that loneliest hour, right? All right, Leah, we'll get our news break. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
Sacramento Mayor Darrell Steinberg says words cannot express his shock and sadness after 6 people were killed and at least 10 more were wounded in the city's downtown entertainment district early Sunday morning. Sacramento County District Attorney Anne Marie Schubert says the shooter or shooters will face swift consequences if police can track them down.
If and when an arrest occurs, we're going to do everything we can to fully hold these individuals accountable and prosecute them fully.
Police saying a fight led to the murders. The International Criminal Court will look into possible Russian war crimes in Ukraine. That's according to NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg. Appearing on CNN's State of the Union, Stoltenberg saying he strongly welcomes the investigation. You're listening to USA Radio News.
You've heard me talking for over 3 years about MyPillow and the great products they have. There's some great specials right now when you go to mypillow.com/radio specials. You can find Giza Dream Sheets as low as $39.99. 6-piece MyPillow towel sets, deeply discounted, $39.95. And of course, half price My Slippers, which make my feet feel wonderful. All sorts of great products, including the MyPillow mattress topper, a MyPillow for the rest of your body. Go to mypillow.com/radio specials. That's mypillow.com/radio specials. Use my promo code USA, or you can call 1-800-951-8175. That's 1-800-951-8175. mypillow.com/radio specials, promo code USA.
With the midterm elections just months away, Republicans are eyeing the chance of possibly retaking control of Congress. This comes as Americans are dealing with inflation hitting a 40-year high and a spike in gas prices. Speaking on ABC's This Week, White House Chief of Staff Ron Klain positively cites a March jobs report as a sign the economy is moving in the right direction.
The unemployment rate down to 3.6%. There's only been 3 months in 50 years where it's been that low. Record job creation. We're bringing the deficit down.
Gas prices continuing to go down slowly. AAA saying the nationwide average for a gallon of regular is $4.20 a gallon. That's down from last week's average of $4.24. Tiger Woods says it will be a game-time decision whether he will play at the Masters. Woods suffering a serious leg injury last year and has not competed since the accident. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
New York City Mayor Eric Adams is looking to take a bite out of gun crime in the Big Apple with the NYPD's recently launched anti-gun unit. Speaking on CBS's Face the Nation, Mayor Adams explains tackling the gun situation in New York City is twofold.
We really have to have a combination. We have to stop the flow of guns, but we must also do the job of getting the guns off the streets that's on there now. And my anti-gun unit, they're doing that.
Some critics of the new anti-gun unit claim the practice is out of date and have drawn comparisons to the New York City anti-crime units that were disbanded back in 2020. The music world is mourning the loss of one of their own.
It was a dark of the moon on the 6th of June.
70s country pop artist C.W. McCall has died. McCall scored a massive #1 in 1975 with Convoy, which took advantage of the CB craze of the 70s and inspired the 1978 film Convoy, starring Chris Christopherson, and went on to become the mayor of Ouray, Colorado in 1986. McCall, who had been in hospice care since February, was 93. From the USA Radio News Northeast News Bureau, I'm Chris Russell.
Seinfeld fans continue to remember Estelle Harris. The red-haired actress with the distinctive voice died Saturday of natural causes at her California home, 3 weeks shy of her 94th birthday. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, jump right back into it here on a Monday. Hope you had a good weekend. As we enter the 4th day of April. All right, heads up if you're going to be moving freight out in the Pacific Northwest. Boy, the winds are going to be kicking. We've got high wind watches, high wind warnings. I'll share a couple of the updates for you here. All right, they're talking winds, gusts up to 70 miles per hour at times. This advisory kicks in 3 o'clock Monday afternoon and continues till 6 a.m. Wednesday. Obviously, for the high-profile vehicles, you've got the elevated blowover risk, especially light and high-profile vehicles, campers, tractor-trailers. Let's see, this advisory for like Marias Pass, Browning, Logan Pass, Augusta, and Cut Bank in Montana. Talking winds 35 to 45 miles per hour, gusts 70, maybe even 80 miles per hour, close to the Rocky Mountain front. That wind warning kicks in 9 a.m. this morning and will run to the midnight hour Tuesday night. Go back to the bigger picture. Yeah, you've got the wind advisories, and again, much of Montana is in the high wind warnings, as well as much of Wyoming. And you've got wind advisories extending from the northern half of Nevada through Washington, Oregon, again, Idaho, even over into parts of South Dakota. So heads up. Wiggle wagons are going to be rocking and rolling. I believe that's all in association with the storm that's going to eventually roll out of the north central states. Get ready for another stormy week. And yes, another dose of winter weather and strong winds across the northern Rockies to the upper Midwest. Storm first going to bring some rain and some mountain snow to portions of the Northwest and British Columbia in western Canada early this week. Snow develops across the northern Rockies, will then stream eastward across the northern plains and the upper Midwest from early Tuesday through probably Wednesday night. Highest accumulations are going to be the elevated terrain in Montana and Idaho to Wyoming, northern Colorado, as well as near the U.S.-Canadian border. Across the upper Midwest, cold air is in place across the arrowhead of Minnesota. It could cause precip in that area to remain snow through the entire event. General accumulations, 1 to 3 inches across North Dakota and northern Minnesota by Wednesday morning. But the disruptive winds, especially Tuesday across the northern and central Rockies, gusts 60 miles per hour and even higher. Wind gust again of 80 will be possible in the realm of possibility on the eastern slopes of the Rockies. All right, let's get back to our calls here on a Monday morning. Always moving, checking in. How are we?
We are fine, and we are so happy to hear how well everything went down at the truck show. Sounds like typical when people get together in a hotel room, that one has the thermometer too cold and the other one's teeth are chattering.
Right.
And stuff like that, and the prices go up, and things just kind of move around. But I'm glad everybody had a good time. I particularly tuned in to just hear how it went, and I'm sorry I missed it. But sounds like everybody had a really good time, so that's very nice. Glad to hear that, and I'm also glad to hear that Ed, Mr. Motorcoat, made his way down and was still doing okay. You know, I often wonder about him with his heart. I hope he's doing well. So that made me happy too.
Mm-hmm.
So good for that. And so for Monkey Gouger's son, major congratulations. That is fabulous. I mean, what a chance of a lifetime and an experience. That is awesome, beyond awesome. And maybe he didn't throw up or anything, but he didn't pass out, but I didn't hear him say how loud he screamed, because, that's the thing when you're on those rides and you scream at the top of your lungs. That's what I was waiting to hear, because I know I would have shattered some eardrums had I been in there. I don't know that I would have passed out or thrown up, but you'd have heard me screaming, that's for sure. So, but yeah, that is fabulous that they got all that and everything. That is really something cool. It's those really neat experiences that are what it's all about. So congratulations to him, and for getting Deputy of the Year and Deputy of the Month a couple of times. That's awesome. That would make a parent very proud. But as a parent, to see your child take off on a plane like that had to be white knuckling there too. So, wow. So that's about all I got. I just wanted to call and congratulate him and check in and say hi. Everything's fine on the farm, as well as it can be. And I think the spring peeper frogs have disappeared for quite a while. I'm hoping they'll come back out sometime. They came out early and were singing and doing so well, and I was sleeping with the windows open. And then this cold weather hit. My God, I'm back under the electric blanket and not at all happy. I haven't heard a frog for a long time now.
Mm-hmm.
So hopefully the weather will change. Everything well with you?
Doing just fine. Thank you very much. Yep. Looking for some interesting announcements about the show in the coming days.
Uh-oh. What's going on?
Well, that's why you've got to wait. So that's just a teaser. It's a tease.
I was going to say, that's what they call the teaser then, isn't it? Wow.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Hey, in one of the, I saw a photo of you down there at Louisville, and there was a woman standing in your booth with brown hair, and I'm guessing that's Princess that was in the booth with you?
Yeah,
was that her?
Yes, Princess was there, and then Wanda,
Okay.
Wanda, one of her friends from way back, was the blonde that was working the booth as well.
Well, I saw I didn't see the blonde in the photo, but this was almost like an overhead shot. I don't know where it came from or whatever, but it was on when I went to log in one night. That photo was here online, and I thought, that's weird. All this time, in my brain, I just have always pictured Princess as a blonde. I don't know why, but I'm like, well, that's got to be her. But wow, when you put the face and the name and all that's together, it's like, I had her as blonde in my head, but oh well. I mean, she looked lovely, and it was nice to see her there. I guess that was her in the photo and all, and you were there and all, so that was nice. But yeah, I was checking things out. I was, I might not have been able to be there, but I was trying to keep a close eye on everything. So
that's great.
I'm glad you had a good time, and I have absolutely nothing new and exciting. I have been blowing eggs for decorating for Easter. For those who remember that great craft, take a little straight pen and poke a teeny tiny hole in each end of an egg and pucker up and blow real hard till your eyes about bug out, and you can, push the egg out and rinse it and dry it and then decorate it up with sequins and all sorts of cool stuff. So I've been kind of busy doing that. Sent a package of that stuff to my daughter out in Idaho for her and the kids to play with. I had taught all the 4-H kids how to blow eggs, and it's something I've done all my life. I thoroughly enjoy it. So, anywho, that's my latest arts and crafts that I've been working with. And other than that, that's about it. Just watching the flowers come up around the place and watching the pasture grass turn green and waiting for warmer days.
Won't be long.
So I will let you go, but
we'll
you
be
have
firing up the lawnmowers. It's getting close to that time here, All right, good to hear from you. Always moving. Thanks so much. Got a couple from the email bag here. Steve at hotshotsecret.com. First from Santa Claus. In regards to the Sacramento shootings, he said, before leaving for work, I spent most of my day following the shootings that occurred 2 o'clock in the morning, Sunday morning. Now 6 dead, 12 in the hospital. Of course, our liberal politicians never leave an opportunity to try to take away our Second Amendment rights. From the governor to the Sacramento mayor to the city council, from what it looks like a crowd which had attended a rap concert and later congregated at nearby bars were involved and victims of the shootings. Shooter still at large. At 0300 hours, I'm going to be headed to the LAX Space Force. We've got 57 degrees here at the top of the Grapevine at the Flying J at this hour. Santa Claus. All right, thank you for the update there. Yeah, there's a number of videos that have surfaced. I looked at some sort of a brawl was occurring outside of one of those bars. Yes, and there was a massive crowd that had gathered there. And all of a sudden, shots begin to ring out. I could have sworn it almost sounded like someone in the mix had an automatic weapon. Sounded like a machine gun, but it's just, I guess we'll be getting more details on that. But 6 killed, 12 others injured, many of them probably just innocent bystanders. Just when you start spraying in a crowd of people like that. Our number, 844-844-3388. Lines available here on a Monday. Good to have you with us. We'll return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest, and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, I want to say, let's get this contest started here. The $1,000 daily driver bonus from Hot Shot Secret and TNCRadio.live. So right now, your chance to win $1,000 in cash and a shot at the $10,000 grand prize. Keyword for this hour: win. That's pretty simple. W-I-N. Win. So simply go to TNCRadio.live, use the TNCRadio.live app in this nationwide contest. Keyword this hour is win. And good luck from Hot Shot Secret. There you go. So we'll have another code, another keyword would be the word in our final hour this morning. Then continue listening throughout the day. There at TNC Radio, they'll have another keyword coming up during the morning grind between 9 and 11 this morning. And then in the evening surge between 5 and 7 p.m. Eastern Time. And I did get a special note from Tom Kelly there at TNC talking about a bit of a program change announcement this morning. A special presentation for overnight listeners right after we wrap things up here this morning on the Overnight Drive. Stick around on TNCRadio.live. Hear a wonderful interview with Chip Davis. Shelley Johnson recently interviewed Chip on the Truckers Network radio show. Chip's going to be talking personal stories about he and Bill Fries actually invented the C.W. McCall character, of course, with C.W. passing away there on Friday. Talking about how they developed the songs and how they remained friends after all those years. So don't miss the special presentation for our late night, early morning listeners coming up 5 a.m. Eastern, 4 a.m. Central Time. The usual Monday morning program, the Truckers Radio Show with Stan Campbell, will be played in its entirety right after the special presentation of the Trucker Network Radio with Shelley Johnson. All that on tncradio.live. So if you can't stick around this morning, you can always go back and download the interview from the website or wherever the podcasts can be heard. Under our industry headlines, confronting the decades-old issue of inadequate truck parking, a Florida firm is looking to boost parking capacity by purchasing or leasing locations across large swaths of the country. This should have been done years and years ago, from stocking our restaurants to bringing the products we need to the stores. Across this nation, trucking is at the heartbeat of our commerce. Evan Shelley's the owner of Orlando-based Dynamic Group Investments. Spoke to FreightWaves and said parking is in limited supply all over the country, and the demand for it continues to grow, which leads me to believe that this is a good investment. Dynamic Group Investments is seeking real estate currently being used for truck parking or that could be developed for that purpose. Now, they say they're open to locations throughout the country with an emphasis on the South, the Midwest, and the Southeast. Now, we would consider almost any size piece of land, Shelley says. Typically, these things are going to be maybe 3 to 5 acres, all the way up to maybe as much as 40 acres. But we would consider all those sizes. Trucking stakeholders have been making a concerted push for creating more parking nationwide. Of course, last month, or actually it was February, the American Trucking Associations and the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association sending a letter to the Secretary of Transportation, Pete Buttigieg, to urge federal funds be prioritized to address the shortage. I mean, they passed that massive infrastructure bill, the $1.4 trillion, whatever it was. They were just asking for, how about $1 billion for truck parking? And for whatever reason, they would not insert that. The truck parking shortage has plagued the industry for decades, and the consequences of insufficient capacity are as wide-ranging as they are severe. Chris Spear, the CEO of the ATA, said survey after survey shows a severe lack of truck parking ranks among the top drivers' concerns. More than 98% of drivers report problems finding safe parking, burning up more than 56 minutes of available drive time every single day trying to find a parking place. That wasted time would actually amount to more than $5,500 loss in annual compensation, or the equivalent of a 12% pay cut. One organization looking to kind of change that. Our number, 844-844-3388. I believe, is this Tim on the line?
It's Tim Pilgrim here.
Well, good morning.
How's it going, Steve?
Doing well. How about yourself?
Hey, it's great to hear from you. I used to listen to you on ATN all the time, and after you guys were gone from there, I thought I wasn't going to hear you anymore. Just found out today that you guys are back on, so love hearing you on the radio.
Really? Just found us this past day. Now, how'd you come across us? Facebook or something?
Yeah, I was just kind of looking around, kind of wondering, I wonder, is Steve doing anything? And sure enough, here you are.
That's right.
Just up late at night and figured out, I got to tune in and see what's going on.
Yeah, well, great to have you with us. What can we do for you this morning?
Yeah, I'm actually here, a little bit of self-promotion, but I have a band, Tim Pilgrim, that just came out with an album talking about westward expansion. And I always think back to, there's a King of the Hill episode where they call the truckers sort of the last cowboys of modern America. Mm-hmm. And I feel like that's always kind of ring true with me, that the last one's kind of out there on the frontiers, the ones connecting the country in the way that the early, migrants did, heading west back in the 1800s.
So you're calling it I got your email, Pilgrim. You call it a concept album. So what the whole album kind of focuses on a theme, in other words.
Yeah, so I'm not sure how accessible it would be. It's not a standard music. There's not really singing on it. But it's a lot of kind of old clips from radio shows and things through the years that kind of talk about the concept of moving west. So the idea starts with the very beginning of the 1800s as the wagons head west. Later on, you got river transportation in the 1830s, eventually to the railroad. And the idea kind of is that all those things moving west, pushes America further. And sort of the irony of it is the train is so thought of as part of the West is also the end of the West, because it brings about so much civilization. Mm-hmm. That era kind of has to move on into the next era. So sort of about migration, end of eras, and technology and its place within our society. So a lot going on.
Sounds very interesting. Yeah, I got the link there, so I'll have to check that out when I wrap things up this morning.
All right, well, I appreciate it. Just wanted to give a shout in. Just glad to hear you back on the radio and thought, hey, if I'm calling in, might as well do some self-promo there.
Why not? Yeah, that's not a problem. Well, I'm glad you found us, Tim, and share if you've got any other friends that used to tune in, pass the word along. As we've been here just over a year now. Well, hell, we celebrated our 1-year anniversary in January. Boy, the time is just flying by. Speaking of the time, we hit bottom of the hour. We'll get our news break in here. Plenty of room for you. If you'd like to jump on board this morning at 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
Russia's top negotiator, Vladimir Medinsky, is dismissing talk of a meeting between the presidents of Russia and Ukraine. Medinsky saying Russia and Ukraine remain far apart on peace talks, which will continue on Monday. At least 6 people are dead and 10 more injured after a shooting in Sacramento early Sunday morning. Sacramento Fire Chief Keith Wade says the scene was still active, like a war zone, when they arrived.
Where you're having to decide who is viable, who should we work on, who is unfortunately deceased on scene. And as everyone is well aware, unfortunately, people did lose their lives.
The shooting happening in a popular entertainment district of the city, and social media video shows young people fighting with each other before gunfire erupts. California Democrat Governor Gavin Newsom wasting no time in blaming guns for the tragedy. USA Radio News.
Not too long ago, it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank, didn't it? For a vacation or a new car. But today, withdrawing your own cash has become risky. Pat Boone here for Swiss America. According to The Secret War, a new Swiss America white paper, I learned that all banks are now required to spy on you and me for the government, and then report any financial behavior deemed suspicious or unusual. You must read The Secret War. It's free.
Thanks, Pat. Call toll-free 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490.
Truth is, I believe the government's new war against cash is really a war against us all. But the secret is now out. So please, get and read The Secret War.
Again, 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490 today.
Or at SwissAmerica.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home.
Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Yeah, I did earlier see an update from the official The People's Convoy Facebook page. They've got like a driver's meeting, participants meeting, should I say, 9 o'clock this morning. They head out at 11 a.m. They'll be, can't recall off the top of my head because I don't have the full thing in front of me. They'll be stopping somewhere in Texas for a 2-day stop there. I guess get the hours refreshed and whatnot, because you still have to follow the rules as you're traversing the country. Now, ultimately, again, headed back to California. Santa Claus did chime in. He said, from previous conversations that I've had with Sacramento Valley Commercial Enforcement Division of the Highway Patrol, any type of trucking protests anywhere in or near downtown Sacramento was very discouraged, no doubt. Ever since a Dick Simon truck that drove into the state capitol like over 20 years ago, you may remember that, actually committing suicide and destroying the western side of the Capitol building. At that point in time, over 20 years ago. That truck driver was disgruntled over California trucking regulations. So anyway, he said, time to take a nap. But that's, like I said, the word's going to be coming out of California. They're going to undoubtedly try to prevent any sort of interruptions or disruptions there in Sacramento. But we shall see. You still have the right to peaceably assemble, the last I checked in this country, right? All right, changing gears. We've been talking off and on about this for weeks now. The whole Title 42 provision that the Trump administration had implemented. The Biden administration, for a period of time, had rescinded that, only to be told by the courts, they were forced essentially by the courts to re-implement Title 42. And it's about to go away. We're giving literally millions of dollars to Ukraine so they can secure their border. But at the same time, we're getting ready to completely open the floodgates on our own border, ending the Title 42 provision put in place by the Trump administration to turn away immigrants for health concerns during the pandemic. Brian Babin says, I can tell you, we don't want to see Title 42 go away. We've got another almost Omicron variant coming into the picture here, circling the globe right now. We don't need to get rid of Title 42. Further, the regulation allowed the U.S. to turn back 1.7 million who had illegally entered the country. Can you imagine what's going to happen if Title 42 goes away on the southern border? He went on to say the Department of Homeland Security, Alejandro Mayorkas, and the Biden administration are actually trying to completely open the floodgates by having bureaucrats acting as asylum judges. It looks like they're going to just pretty much rubber stamp anyone's asylum application. You couple that with getting rid of Title 42, we're going to be swamped more than you can even imagine. I mean, we've already had up to 2 million in the first 6 months right now. That's going to add to the crime wave that's been happening with the increased amounts of fentanyl that's pouring across the border. We have over 100,000 dead Americans with the drugs that are coming in. We completely unshackled and empowered the drug cartels. I mean, people are dying in this country. He then accused the Biden administration of simply abandoning the American people when it comes to the border. He wants these people to come in. This is obviously a strategy when it comes to the Democrat Party. It's actually a disgrace when they do not enforce the law and honor the oaths that they take when they come into office. Now, I said, meanwhile, the United States, by sending weapons to Ukraine, is helping that country's war effort against Russia. It is undoubtedly delaying the takeover of Ukraine, and these Ukrainians love freedom. They've had it for a number of years, and they want to keep it. It sounds like the Ukrainian forces have pretty much really completely taken back the capital of Kyiv. Joe Manchin, the Democrat, actually chimed in on Title 42 on Friday. He said, this is a frightening decision that's going to increase the number flooding across the border. Title 42 has been an essential tool to combat the spread of COVID and control the influx at the southern border. Well, we're already facing an unprecedented increase this year. That's only going to get worse if they end Title 42. According to CBS News, more than half of the 2 million apprehensions recorded along the southern border last year prompted Title 42 expulsions. The record number of arrests, partly driven by an inordinately high number of adult migrants crossing the border multiple times after being expelled to northern Mexico. In a report to The Hill, Manchin's office points to U.S. Border Patrol officers having 838,000 migrants encounters at the southern border just between January and March of this year, suggesting the figure from last year of 2 million apprehensions could easily be topped this year once again, with no end in sight. We are nowhere near prepared to deal with this kind of an influx until we have some comprehensive bipartisan immigration reform that commits to securing the southern border, and then ultimately maybe providing a pathway to citizenship for qualified immigrants. Title 42 must stay in place. And he's not the only Democrat criticizing the administration's decision to repeal 42. Senator Maggie Hassan of New Hampshire on Friday said ending Title 42 prematurely will lead to a migrant surge this administration does not appear to be ready for. I'll keep pushing the administration to strengthen border security and look forward to hearing directly from the border agents during my upcoming trip to the border. Seems like about everybody's been to that border, with the exception of the President of the United States, oddly enough. And again, this Title 42 was implemented at the onset of the pandemic, where the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention implemented Title 42 under then President Donald Trump. But apparently, the agency deems it is no longer necessary to enforce at the southern border. You know, we've got increased vaccine availabilities and therapeutic drugs is what they're telling us. But all right, 16 before the hour, and it is 844-844-3388. Well, good morning, Horse Feathers.
Good morning, Your Honor. And don't forget that all-important thing. Wear your mask. Just wear the damn mask. You'll be fine. Oh, man. Where is this country going to? Anyways, so I hear this word about Circleback Girl going to quit her job and work for MSNBC.
MAS going to have a TV gig, yes.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. Is that moving up, or is she going to go be the next Brian Williams? I don't know.
I don't know.
Anyways,
I mean, didn't Rachel Maddow exiting? Has she already exited? Maybe she's going to replace Rachel Maddow.
Yeah, there you go. So, is there any word on her replacement? Who's gonna get to be the one to be in the line of fire and have to do the protecting of the commander and what is he? All right. Anyway,
word
on
the street is last week, Psaki was out last week. Remember, she had tested positive for COVID, and whoever that chick was that was kind of filling in, I think the story you sent me said that they believe that may have been like a dry run, a trial run to see if she'd be able to be up for the job.
All right. So was Jen Psaki there? Was she really sick, or was she just out putting in job applications, and doing job interviews? Was she really sick?
Gotta wonder.
I guess we'll never know the truth. But anyways, hey, speaking of sending you things, I don't know if you can see them or not, but I've been flipping through TikTok a little more there, and as I said before, I have to thank the Big Moose for that, because if it wasn't for him having it there with a little bit of his music up, I probably would have never done that either. But so anyways, I actually came across from that I-81 accident where they had the 75 vehicles and the 6 fatalities. I came across one video there that was an actual dash cam one of the trucks that went into the accident. And from what I was watching there, it appeared as if the right-hand lane was drivable. You know, you could see the concrete of the right-hand driving lane. Looked like the left-hand driving lane had been covered over, dusted over with snow. And I don't know the speed. It doesn't have the speed of what the driver was going. I would assume he was somewhere around 50 mile an hour or so, just kind of looking at the video, seeing what it was. And yeah, the accident just kind of appears out of nowhere. It's like you're on decent looking road, and you know, not a whole lot going on, and then all of a sudden, just the whole world is stopped in front of them. So, and I don't know if that came through. I did try to share it to you, and but anyways, if it did, then you have it, and if not, then I don't know how to do it any different. So, but anyways, I guess the biggest thing I got going for you this morning is being on TikTok. I came across one of the drivers there from the People's Convoy, and I believe at this time he's no longer with the convoy, but he had a big sign that was made up. It was 30-some, 40-some feet long there that he'd made up, and had a lot of people sign. And he came all the way from, I believe he was from California, got it all the way out to Hagerstown, Maryland. And I guess, anyways, he was selling the sign on eBay. He ended up getting $3,300 for it, which I guess is pretty good. And in the process of him doing that, he had a live event going on, a live TikTok deal going, and I started putting messages up there on his screen, and he acknowledged me, and we talked back and forth. You know, I'd ask him a question or something or make a comment, and he'd actually reply back to me. And finally it got to the point, he and his wife were there, and I said, hey, can I message you or something? And they're like, well, we got to follow you back. So they did. So I got a couple messages to him, and he so I got all the information to get a hold of you and told him about your show and everything. And he was on, I think it was yesterday morning, maybe, doing another live, and because he never replied to the message, the private message.
Mm-hmm.
So he was on live yesterday morning, and I'm like, so what's up? He's like, yeah, I'm gonna call into the show either Monday or Tuesday, he said. So hopefully I got this guy gonna call in, and you know, even if he's no longer with the People's Convoy, maybe he can get you some connections even off the air, you know, give you some connections that you might actually be able to get a hold of people that are actually doing it. But it sounds like there's a little bit of stuff going on with that. So I don't know. As I say, I don't know enough about it. I can't comment on it, but hopefully he'll call in and tell us about his experience, what he did. But he had a truck he was using a Penske truck when he first started. I think it was a yellow Penske truck anyways. And I guess it went all the way up to Roger Penske that there was a Penske truck involved in the convoy, and he actually had to cease and desist using the Penske truck because Penske did not want their truck involved in that convoy. So anyways, but as I say, I hope he calls in. He has all your information. He was actually, you know, pretty much corresponding with me there with the TikTok deal, you know.
Okay.
Totally recognized me, and so hopefully it works out that he'll call in and at least, you know, say what happened for what he did and, you know, what he went through and maybe where he thinks things are going.
Okay.
So, but I think it ought to be pretty decent. And I guess the last thing I got going for you here is that 4 o'clock this afternoon Eastern, as I talked about before there, I'm supposed to be on the air with our
Shelly Johnson, yeah.
Shelly Johnson, yeah, and the other person there for the
Make-A-Wish.
Make-A-Wish there. So we'll have to see. I guess that's going to be a live event. So I'm not sure how all that works out. I know we're doing it over Zoom, so there will be video of it somewhere. But I don't believe that TNC Radio.live. I don't believe they broadcast any video, do they? That I know of. I think they're just audio on their
just the audio. Yeah, I think I just actually used my interview was just via the smartphone when we first jumped on there. But Yeah, Shelley Johnson, and I don't know, Tom Kelly actually joined Shelley on that interview with me. I'm not sure if he'll be joining you guys tomorrow or not.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see there. So maybe while I'm on the air, maybe there'll be another keyword at that time. Maybe there'll be a horse feathers keyword. Wouldn't that be something for $1,000?
I think you'll be on.
Can you imagine?
You'll be on in that window of opportunity time, right? Yep. What is that, 5 to 7 p.m.? Hey, got to get a quick 2-minute time out here. Back with more. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I mentioned the People's Convoy that's headed back to California. And the word they put out last week was that these handful of pieces of legislation that are going to be voted on in the next few weeks in California. They said these universally dangerous bills are about to be voted on in the legislature. If passed, these bills will change everything for people who want to live, work, and learn in the state of California while exercising their right to medical freedom. Of course, if passed, like I mentioned earlier, these bills would set the stage for other states to introduce similar laws. Yeah, we know what starts in California spreads to the blue and the purple states and then potentially at the federal level. So it ultimately affects everyone. Now, they were asking people to share some of the bills here. All right, 10 California bills you must oppose, starting with Senate Bill 871, which will add COVID-19 injections to the list of immunizations for public or private school, regardless of FDA approval. Yeah, no PBE, very rare. All right, Assembly Bill 2098 classifies anti-COVID medical opinion as unprofessional conduct, subject to discipline by the medical board. So that impacts the medical community. So everybody's got to be on the same page as, the CDC and Dr. Fauci, Dr. Doom, and to say anything other words, you'll find yourself being disciplined by the medical board. Now, here's a biggie. Senate Bill 866 lowers the age of vaccine consent to 12 years old without parental consent or parental knowledge. Is 12 years old, the age of 12, is that old enough for children to be making these sort of decisions without any parental consent? Senate Bill 920 authorizes the medical board to inspect a doctor's office and medical records without patient's consent. What are the people in California doing? Senate Bill 1464 requires law enforcement to enforce public health guidelines or lose their funding. We had seen certain jurisdictions when California had the mandates and the lockdowns and the masks and all, whatever the requirements might be. Some law enforcement communities were pretty much telling the state, hey, we're not going to enforce this. Pretty much telling them either you're going to enforce what we tell you to enforce or you're going to lose your funding. Senate Bill 1479 will require schools to create long-term testing plans and report test results to the California Department of Public Health. Senate Bill 1390 prohibits any person or entity for making statements that the government deems untrue or misleading by any means, including on the internet or advertising. So apparently California, the state government, is the all-powerful, almighty. You cannot say anything contrary to what the government deems untrue. Senate Bill 1184 authorizes school health personnel to disclose children's medical information without parents' consent to a third party. Assembly Bill 1797 creates an immunization tracking system giving all government agencies access to vaccination records of all persons in the state. And lastly, Assembly Bill 1993 requires proof of COVID vaccination for all employees and independent contractors to work in California. We return after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
Sacramento Mayor Darrell Steinberg says words cannot express his shock and sadness after 6 people were killed and at least 10 more were wounded in the city's downtown entertainment district early Sunday morning. Sacramento County District Attorney Anne Marie Schubert says the shooter or shooters will face swift consequences if police can track them down.
If and when an arrest occurs, we're going to do everything we can to fully hold these individuals accountable and prosecute them fully.
Police saying a fight led to the murders. The International Criminal Court will look into possible Russian war crimes in Ukraine. That's according to NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg. Appearing on CNN's State of the Union, Stoltenberg saying he strongly welcomes the investigation. You're listening to USA Radio News.
You've heard me talking for over 3 years about MyPillow and the great products they have. There's some great specials right now when you go to mypillow.com/radio specials. You can find Giza Dream Sheets as low as $39.99. 6-piece MyPillow towel sets, deeply discounted, $39.95. And of course, half price My Slippers, which make my feet feel wonderful. All sorts of great products, including the MyPillow mattress topper, a MyPillow for the rest of your body. Go to mypillow.com/radio specials. That's mypillow.com/radio specials. Use my promo code USA, or you can call 1-800-951-8175. That's 1-800-951-8175. mypillow.com/radio specials, promo code USA.
With the midterm elections just months away, Republicans are eyeing the chance of possibly retaking control of Congress. This comes as Americans are dealing with inflation hitting a 40-year high and a spike in gas prices. Speaking on ABC's This Week, White House Chief of Staff Ron Klain positively cites the March jobs report as a sign the economy is moving in the right direction.
The unemployment rate down to 3.6%. There's only been 3 months in 50 years where it's been that low. Record job creation. We're bringing the deficit down.
Gas prices continuing to go down slowly. AAA saying the nationwide average for a gallon of regular is $4.20 a gallon. That's down from last week's average of $4.24. Tiger Woods says it will be a game-time decision whether he will play at the Masters. Woods suffering a serious leg injury last year and has not competed since the accident. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
New York City Mayor Eric Adams is looking to take a bite out of gun crime in the Big Apple with the NYPD's recently launched anti-gun unit. Speaking on CBS's Face the Nation, Mayor Adams explains tackling the gun situation in New York City is twofold.
We really have to have a combination. We have to stop the flow of guns, but we must also do the job of getting the guns off the streets that's on there now. And my anti-gun unit, they're doing that.
Some critics of the new anti-gun unit claim the practice is out of date and have drawn comparisons to the New York City anti-crime units that were disbanded back in 2020. The music world is mourning the loss of one of their own.
It was the dark of the moon on the 6th of June.
70s country pop artist C.W. McCall has died. McCall scored a massive #1 in 1975 with Convoy, which took advantage of the CB craze of the 70s and inspired the 1978 film Convoy, starring Chris Christopherson, and went on to become the mayor of Ouray, Colorado in 1986. McCall, who had been in hospice care since February, was 93. From the USA Radio News Northeast News Bureau, I'm Chris Russell.
Seinfeld fans continue to remember Estelle Harris. The red-haired actress with the distinctive voice died Saturday of natural causes at her California home, 3 weeks shy of her 94th birthday. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Thank you much. Welcome back. Another hour underway here on a Monday. Close out the weekend. Hope you had a good weekend. Of course, we had Chris Gabrelchik joining us on the program there Friday morning, talking Hot Shot Secret, all the latest, what's going on. So I had a couple of stories we didn't get a chance to touch on, one of which was the governor of Minnesota late last week signing an executive order waiving some of the hours of service requirements and weight restrictions in an attempt to combat the spread of the avian flu, the bird flu, between the poultry farms there. Executive Order 22-05 was signed by Governor Walz, easing the restrictions in order to speed up depopulation efforts of the infected poultry. They're culling lots of birds, as well as the transportation of uninfected animals to processing facilities. This order was also intended to help with maintaining adequate supplies to support healthy flocks. Governor said that loosening of restrictions will not only help to deal with sick animals and care for healthy animals, but could help prevent the spread of the highly pathogenic avian flu between these flocks by limiting the number of trips that trucks need to make to various farms. That's kind of the way it moves from one farm to the next. A truck may be on one property, and as it rolls into the next farm, it's on the wheels, it's on the truck, and the next thing you know, the flu is in the next poultry farm, and it's been spreading. As someone who grew up on a family farm, the governor says, I know the work that our farmers and producers do is tough under the best conditions. But we continue to work with Minnesota's poultry industry and our federal partners to quickly and decisively respond to these avian flu cases in Minnesota and ensure our poultry industry remains strong. This executive order will remain in effect through the end of April 30th. Now, the current outbreak in Minnesota is considered a high risk to poultry, but a low risk to the public. They do reiterate there's no food safety concerns for consumers. In most cases, when they find the avian flu in a flock, they pretty much call the birds, and they do not send them for processing to go into the food supply. But there's been hundreds of thousands of turkeys, birds. I saw a headline that egg prices apparently are jumping due to the avian flu hitting the laying flocks. The hen laying, not sure what the prices are, but hey, just in time for Easter when everybody's going to be buying eggs to die for Easter. Meanwhile, back to the phones we go. Rainmaker's on board. Hey there, Rainmaker.
Hey, Steve, how you doing?
Doing well. How are things in Thailand right now?
Not too bad. Had a little bit of a cool streak for the last few days. Got down in the 60s, which is unusual at this time of year. But other than that, things are going pretty good. But, I see all the things going on in the world, and it just makes me kind of worried all the time. But I heard someone say something about, him lifting that Article 42, right? Biden and his administration, they want people that come from all these other countries that don't buck the system. They come from bad countries, that they follow the rules, mind their P's and Q's, and don't question authority, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's what the Democrats want. They want more of them people like that. But have you heard about the Convention of States? I sent you an email of it too, but this is very, very important.
I got your email, and I was just briefly looking at it. I'm not real familiar with what they're talking about.
I've never heard of it until I listened to it, and they was talking about it. So we need everybody to sign the petition from their states. They have 19 states right now. All they need is 15 more, 34, and they can enact Article 5, which allows the states to take away the powers away from the federal government. Joe Biden and all these people are making all these decisions. So by implementing Article 5, they can stop all this crap, So if you can get all the listeners to go to, what's it called? Conventionofstates.com, right? and sign the petition. And that'll really help a lot, I think. That might put a stop to all this crap that Biden's doing.
Okay.
But I think a lot of other stuff, too. You know about the World Economic Forum and the Great Reset. You've already heard about all that, right?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
But I never heard about the World Government Summit. They just had it in Dubai on, I think it was the 30th of March. And I was listening to the program, and the lady said this is the beginning of a new world order. She actually said that.
Yep.
New world order. And I sent you some of the emails, links to the website and stuff. And they are talking about a digital currency. And I also sent you a thing about Thailand, and China has already made an agreement, and they're also making other agreements. So there's a big race between China and the United States. The United States doesn't have it yet, but Mr. Sleepy Joe just kind of like fast-tracked the government to kind of hurry up and start researching to get a digital dollar out. So, if we go to digital money, that's going to really destroy a lot of things. And I don't know, it's really scary. But it seems like China's already got it, and they're already in bed with so many other countries that the United States is just, I don't know if we will ever keep our money system the way it is or not. It just doesn't seem like it. So I think a lot of people need to know about this and be prepared, because if our money crashes, it's going to hurt a lot of people, right?
No doubt about it.
So,
yeah, I saw the headlines in regard to the whole digital currency push. I mean, I know that Biden had pretty much told them to do some research, get to the base of what the pros, the cons, a lot of bad things could happen if they actually pursue that.
Oh, yeah, because then it's not just like, it's more than a debit card. It's where they can control you. If you fall out of line and you don't do what they say, guess what? Hey, we've kind of suspended your money situation, or you cannot make any transactions, or you cannot make purchases. Or, they can control each person, so it's just what happened in Canada with the truckers and the convoy, right? That's the prime example of what will happen to us if we go to the World Economic Forum or this world government. I believe that all these billionaires, all these corporations, the reason why they want to do this is because, if you take like Apple, Microsoft, and all these big corporations, they do business in all these countries. So they want to be easy, just like, when we did the NAFTA for Canada, United States, and Mexico. So trucking companies can travel back and forth with no problem. Hey, so Apple and all these other places, they can do business all over the world and not have to worry about currency change, taxes, and all that bull crap, I think. I think they're trying to find a way to make their life easier than hell with us, right?
Well, they've been doing it in China for a number of years now, and it looks like people in this country would say, oh, that's never going to happen here. No, you're a conspiracy theorist if you buy into it. I've had this from several weeks back, but since he brought it up, this is kind of what he's alluding to. And if you go to the full digital currency, they being the government, has total control. They see, and they can control all your financial transactions. The Chinese Communist Party has been constructing what they call a moral ranking system for years, where they monitor the behavior of the population, then they rank them all based on their social credit. The social credit system, first announced in 2014, is a big component of the socialist market economy system and the social governance system. It aims to reinforce the idea that keeping trust is glorious and breaking trust is disgraceful. That's from their actual government documents. The rankings are decided by China's economics planning team. The National Development and Reform Commission, the People's Bank of China, and the Chinese court system, according to the South China Morning Post. The system can be used for individual people, but also for companies, government organizations. The private sector, including the tech world in China, has their own non-governmental scoring system that they have already implemented, according to Wired.com. For example, Sesame Credit, which is owned by Jack Ma's group, uses their own unofficial scoring system for their employees, like studying shopping habits. The program has been piloted for millions across the country in recent years, as CNBC reported, and was expected to become fully operational and integrated by the year 2020. But at the moment, the system's kind of piecemeal and voluntary, although the plan is for it to eventually be mandatory and unified across the nation. Each person will be given their own unique code used to measure their social credit score in real time, according to Wired. Things like bad driving behaviors or debt could get you downgraded in the social ranking system. Just like private credit scores, a person's social score can move up and down depending on your behavior. The exact methodology is secret, but examples of infractions include bad driving, smoking in a non-smoking zone, buying too many video games, or posting fake news online, specifically about terrorist attacks or airport security. Other potential punishable offenses include spending too long playing video games, wasting money on frivolous purchases, or posting on social media. How do they know how many hours you spend playing video games? Who makes a determination on what a frivolous purchase is? Punishments would include travel bans and reduced internet speeds. China's already started punishing people by restricting their travel, including banning them from flying. Authorities banned people from purchasing flights 17.5 million times by the end of 2018. They can also clamp down on luxury options. Many are barred from getting business class train tickets. Some are kept out of the best hotels. The eventual system will punish bad passengers specifically. Potential misdeeds include trying to ride with no ticket, loitering in front of boarding gates, or smoking in non-smoking areas. The government can throttle down your internet speeds as a punishment. Now, according to Foreign Policy, credit systems monitor whether people pay their bills on time, much like financial credit trackers do today. But they also ascribe to moral dimension. You or your kids may miss out on the best jobs or schools. 17 people who refused to carry out military service in 2017 were barred from enrolling in higher education, applying for high school, or continuing their studies. In July of 2018, a Chinese university denied an incoming student his spot because the student's father had a bad credit score for failing to repay a loan. You could also get your dog taken away. The eastern Chinese city of Jinan started enforcing a social credit system for dog owners whereby pet owners get points deducted if their dog is walked without a leash or causes a public disturbance. Those who lost all their points had their dogs confiscated and had to take a test on regulations required for pet ownership. I mean, you can't make this stuff up, but that's China. Sure seems like we're trying to make a beeline down the path of China. Get a quick timeout. Back in 2 and more of your calls ahead here on a Monday morning, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting into service hall. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back to your calls here on a Monday, and I've got more on the whole bird flu thing. Headline from yesterday said, thus far, 17 million birds have been culled due to the bird flu. That's why you're seeing, like I said, egg prices are going up. Hey, who we got on the line? Would that be, is it Doug? Hello. All right, they hung up. No wonder we didn't hear anything. Knucklebuster on board. Morning, Knucklebuster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Well, I want you to know I got woke up down there in Marianna, Florida last week about 4 o'clock in the morning Central Time there. He had 2 tornadoes right there on the south end of town. My truck was rocking and rolling, buddy.
I got your email. It was pretty. You were pretty darn close to that, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. There. Well, once it went to the south of me there, and after it settled down, I put this thing in off-duty personal conveyance, and I hauled butt, son. I was gone for Mississippi. Well, I seen a sign down there in Florida when I was down there last week for a radio station. Said they were just a bunch of yahoos with a transmitter. I thought, well, hell, that sounds like Steve Summers Overnight Drive Radio. On the Steve's a transmitter. Instead of being cartoon characters, we're all just a bunch of yahoos, right?
Yes, sir.
Well, as long as I got my dog in my yard, I don't have to have a leash on him there. So, and I've got control of him there. So he's only 6 months old, but his name is Ziggy, but I'm gonna change his name to Big Moose or something like that. That's gonna be one of the biggest golden retrievers I've ever had. There, his boy is something else there. But I read where old Maxine Waters, she told them homeless people to go home. How is that possible? So
I saw that. You're right. You're homeless. She actually said that. Homeless people need to go home. Duh. I mean, what is the definition of homeless? You don't have a home, dumbass.
Yeah, she warned them journalists during a testy exchange too there. So that was kind of crazy. So I read where Arizona's going to require voters to prove citizenship now and residency. Anger and all them left-wing yoo-hoos there, right? Or yahoos, I guess we can call them that. I don't care.
Yep.
And scientists have finally found out what a woman truly wants. Unfortunately, she has changed her mind since then. Is that about right?
That's about right. Yep.
Yep. You ever been to Pompeii, Italy?
I can't say I have, no.
I've been over there. Took a big cruise back in 76. Went over to that place. They got a robot dog over there that patrols the ruins now for the ancient city of Pompeii there. I thought that was pretty wild there. So I guess it's looking for people, looters and all that stuff there. They had a big crime wave going on over there when I was over there anyway. So, but I didn't steal anything. I left. What was in Italy, I left in Italy there. And up there in Oregon, they got a sports bra. Is the new sports bar for women's sports. I guess they got to be equal with the men there, right? And I read where rule number 1 is, don't give snakes a second chance. It's like giving a shooter another bullet because he missed you the first time.
That's correct.
That'd be about right.
Yep.
Yep, absolutely. There ain't but one kind of good snake thief, and that's a dead one. So, all right, well, I'll call you back in that loneliest hour there. We'll get right in line with the rest of them.
I'm glad you.
Great morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. And, yeah, we got some good news on Tennessee this week. Yeah, it was, let me get it right there. It was benign. So
that's good.
I'm grateful for that.
That is good news. Yeah. All right. We're up to our news break here. Bottom of the hour. We'll take care of that. Cue ball. Got you coming up. We'll get to Wally Phillips online. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
Sacramento Mayor Darrell Steinberg says words cannot express his shock and sadness after 6 people were killed and at least 10 more were wounded in the city's downtown entertainment district early Sunday morning. Sacramento County District Attorney Anne Marie Schubert says the shooter or shooters will face swift consequences if police can track them down.
If and when an arrest occurs, we're going to do everything we can to fully hold these individuals accountable and prosecute them fully.
Police saying a fight led to the murders. The International Criminal Court will look into possible Russian war crimes in Ukraine. That's according to NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg. Appearing on CNN's State of the Union, Stoltenberg saying he strongly welcomes the investigation. You're listening to USA Radio News.
I need 4 more of the biscuit carnitas, 2 burnt end platters, 3...
The kitchen at Kai's Barbecue is firing on all cylinders.
Greg, help me bring these to the pickup counter.
He needs food runners who can hit the ground quickly.
86 on the chicken and we're short-staffed. Let's pick it up.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Are you overwhelmed with credit card debt and unable to pay your bills? Has your income decreased or have you lost your job? At Credit Card of America, we offer a free, no-obligation consultation to learn how you can cut your payments by up to half and potentially lower your interest down to zero. Credit Card of America is an A-plus rated company that will work on your behalf. We've counseled over 1 million consumers struggling with debt just like you. Call now for a free, no-obligation consultation and learn how you can become debt-free. Call 800-291-3818. That's 800-291-3818.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute? When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All
right, back at it here on a Monday. It's 844-844-3388. Gonna flip over here from the Dipsy driver. Said, hey, just wondering, do you have to be listening at the time when a winner is announced? This is for the $1,000 a day driver bonus giveaway that we're kicking off today with TNCradio.live and Hot Shot Secret. Yeah, it's the noon hour each day where they're going to pull a winner, and then they'll pull another winner. I do not believe you have to be listening at the time they pull the names, all right? Because that's, obviously, if you're listening to the program at 2 a.m. or 5 a.m., you got to sleep sometime. That's why when you go to the TNCradio.live app or the website and you register, that's one of the, you do have to have a phone number so they can contact you, all right? So, again, you got to be listening to catch the keyword, obviously, to register, but you don't have to be listening at the hour when they pull the winners' names, okay? And thanks for listening, Dipsy Driver. Did you get registered? All right, since the start of the year, avian flu has now been confirmed in at least 22 states, according to the Department of Agriculture. The first case this year was a commercial flock among turkeys in Indiana. Now, new cases have been reported almost every day by the Department of Agriculture. Spread of the disease is largely blamed on the droppings of wild birds like ducks and geese, which often show no signs of illness, but studies suggest the virus can be tracked into secure chicken and turkey barns on equipment, on the workers' shoes, mice, small birds, even dust particles. There was an outbreak in 2015 that resulted in the deaths of about 50 million chickens and turkeys. If you'll recall, we saw egg and meat prices soaring. Bird flu hit more than 200 farms in 15 states, costing the federal government about $1 billion and the poultry industry an estimated $3 billion. Should you be concerned? All right, they've got the list of states. I'm not going to bore you with all those 22 states, but among the more recent detections, the presence of the highly pathogenic avian flu in a commercial turkey flock and a backyard mixed species flock, both in Minnesota, last Wednesday. The USDA reported 2 outbreaks among the commercial turkeys, a flock of more than 55,000 in South Dakota, another 35,000 plus in Iowa. Roughly 7 million chickens and turkeys have already been killed this year throughout those states due to the bird flu. Last week, Iowa officials said 1.5 million chickens at an egg-laying farm about 60 miles west of Des Moines will need to be killed because of the flu. About 28,000 birds at a nearby turkey farm were also killed. Earlier this month, an Iowa egg-laying farm was forced to kill more than 5 million chickens. Thus, yes, the price of eggs begins to go up. First of all, avian flu, they say, is not a foodborne illness, meaning you can't become infected from eating poultry after it's been cooked properly. But the same goes for eggs, according to the American Egg Board. Additionally, birds that do test positive for avian flu will not enter the food chain. Now, according to the CDC, the risk of infection among humans is low. They do note that those working with the birds or exposed to them in the wild would be at a higher risk of infection versus the general public. One human infection has been reported, according to the CDC. That individual, a person in the UK, actually lived with a large number of domestically kept birds, which tested positive for avian flu. They remain clinically asymptomatic and now considered not to be infectious. Of the affected birds, about 10 to 12% are broilers, chickens that are raised as meat. And because of the limited impact, roughly 9 billion broilers are raised every year. That's with a B. They do say they don't expect the avian flu to impact production or meat prices for chicken at this point in time. About 3% of the egg-laying chicken population has been infected so far. While egg farmers have learned a lot since the last outbreak in 2015, even the most rigorous disease prevention practices are not always successful in keeping migratory birds from spreading the disease. But egg prices may also be on the rise near you. Avian flu is not the only contributing factor, they say. The demand, of course, ahead of Easter. The higher cost to feed the birds and the cost to ship the products may also be impacting prices at a store near you. So there's the breakdown on the avian flu, what we know at this point. Cue ball, what's happening this morning?
Not a heck of a lot, Steve. Well, I guess I'll start with, talking to People's Convoy and this whole thing with California and the nonsense they're putting on that they're trying to get passed down there. There's a point to where I look at the overall scheme of things, right? Not just one little thing. I know a lot of people, they tend to just hyper-focus on one issue and they don't focus on the big picture, so to speak, right?
Right.
But I'm watching this and I'm like, take states like California, New Jersey, New York, a lot of these real crazy-ass liberal states, right? There's a point to where how much more of that nonsense is the population willing to take before they finally say, you know what, enough's enough?
Yeah.
I'll give you an example. I'm trying to kind of put two subjects together here, but I might not be doing such a great job. Hopefully, so I pull a nose up on this one. Right now, I'm actually in Texas driving my Dodge pickup with a race car trailer behind it that I'm borrowing. My race car trailer is full of my parents' equipment, or their household belongings, furniture, and so on, sitting in a storage lot in Texas while my mother is waiting for her house to be built. The race car trailer I'm pulling right now has the second load of all the stuff that I'm bringing to Texas. I'm literally coming through Dallas right now. My parents are selling their house in New Jersey, and it's under contract. It's probably going to be sold within a couple of weeks. My parents voted with their feet. They left New Jersey. The lockdowns damn near killed them both. My father's cancer is spread throughout his body because during the lockdowns he couldn't see the cancer doctor. And my mother had a non-cancerous tumor squeeze off her stomach, creating a malnutrition issue during the lockdowns that no doctor saw because she couldn't see the doctor. That is, unless she caught the COVID. No one was going to see her.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why my mother and father decided to leave New Jersey. But the madness continues in New Jersey. But that's why we left. I left many, many years ago for much the same reasons, to seek freedom in other parts of the country, to where things that I'm in Jersey, but are readily available most every place else. Now, I've noticed most recently, as I've unfortunately had to spend a considerable amount of time in New Jersey with packing up the house and getting it ready to, be sold, that the neighborhood and the surrounding neighborhoods have completely changed from back when I graduated high school back in 1995. Not only has the neighborhood changed, the businesses and the people that work there, their attitudes are completely different. Those that survive. There's no work ethic at all in virtually any place over there. You try to get a meal, go to Boston Market and they ran out of chicken, not because they didn't run out like there's no chickens in the building, but the girl that works there is the manager is more worried about checking out her Instagram than she's worried about making sure there's enough chicken so the guy with the trailer can get some food because there's only so many places he knows he can get that trailer in. So I had to go to a different store. So I went to a different chicken joint that served me burnt chicken. But I guess I should be happy I ate. So it was either no Boston Market or burnt Popeyes. That's what I got that day. But then it's not just that particular day. It's the whole bunch of it. The people that I try to explain to my son over and over again, there's a difference between people that are stupid and people that are ignorant. People that are stupid, that just no matter how hard you try to teach it to them, they're incapable of learning it. They're just stupid. Then there's the ignorant. The ignorant, they're capable of learning. They just don't want to. They're content to be entertained. They could give a care less about what's going on. They just want to be entertained. And we're dealing with a lot of people that kind of intermix of the two. People that are paying attention and understanding what's going on. Well, maybe they've already started making moves to figure out what needs to be done in this world, what they need to do to take care of their family better. You know, people like myself, I tend to look a little bit farther ahead than the average person to see, okay, what do I think is coming down the boulevard? I remember 15 days to slow to spread, and I rolled out of Myers with $1,500 worth of groceries, and people thought I was insane. They're like, what do you mean? I'm like, yeah, just wait, man. You think they're going to give you back your freedom? Good luck. So the guys that are trying to get our freedoms back, the guys up in Canada and the guys down here with the People's Convoy, it's kind of funny, I do a YouTube channel that's, heavily censored. It's one of the places you're on now where you got, after your last gig, got you canceled. And then the guy, Horsefeather's just talking about communicating with people in the People's Convoy using an app that's a Chinese spyware app. It's called TikTok. It's for the kids to play with. But it's kind of funny how, we have no avenue to where it's even safe to communicate with. You're just talking about social credit scores. Like I said, where do you think the Chinese get that number from? The company's called ByteDance. That's who gives it to them. It's one of many, I should say. So we're kind of left with not very many avenues to go. But the reason I point that out is just, do people recognize that when you're making these little videos, that's where that data is going? It's a big mix of stuff. And I'm often sit here wondering, where does it end? We look at the federal government, what's going on with the massive amounts of illegal immigration. Steve, do you remember the number they used to throw out all the time about how many illegal immigrants are in this nation? Remember what that number was? They said the same number for years and years and years.
Yep.
You remember what that number was? You don't hear it anymore.
Well, hell, they used to say at one point it was 18 to 20 million, and then it went down somehow. It magically went down to 10 or 12 million. I mean, how does the number go down when, hell, we had, nearly 2 million come in just last year alone?
Right. I remember they got stuck on the number 11. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's a number I remember hearing that they got stuck on for quite a long time, 11 million illegals. And I'm like, there ain't that many of them dying off that they're coming in at that great of numbers that literally, if you get 2 million a year coming in, that we're still stuck at 11 million. You mean 2 million of them are dying per year? Get out of here. They have no idea how many are here. It's a heck of a lot more than 11, I'll tell you that. Go back to New Jersey. Remember I said it's changed? What do you think changed? It's getting bad. It's getting real bad. But the point is, when are people going to wake up and start recognizing and saying, and I'm starting to see it change a little bit now, when are people going to start noticing that what you have in the White House right now is a Manchurian candidate? Plain and simple. This is being controlled, in my opinion, from a foreign government. Now finally people are starting to put two and two together that you're dealing with the Biden family, and I don't mean I should say all of them, but pretty much most of them that are still around, They are very compromised from foreign powers. You can fill in the blank as to who. But when are people going to start realizing that we literally have a Manchurian candidate right now? Or not even a candidate, a Manchurian president. He's not a candidate anymore. The term is always Manchurian candidate. But the point is, when are people going to start realizing this? And what can we do about it? I don't know. That's the scary part. I don't know. Convention of the States, somebody was mentioning, I remember back in the Obama years, Mark Levin wrote a book. It's a very hard read, but it's worth reading. Again, remember the difference between stupid and ignorant. When it comes to that, I was very ignorant in it. He wrote a book called The Liberty Amendments, and that's how to get the Convention of the States involved to try to change the way things are. Basically going around the presidency to get constitutional amendments. The only downside to that is, if you haven't noticed, this government doesn't follow any laws. It just does what it wants. Look how many times the Biden administration has literally said, to different federal judges, F you. We're just not going to do it. And if you don't like it, what are you going to do about it? How many times has that happened already?
Right.
And until 2022, impeachment isn't on the table. And of course, there's the old saying, they used to say that with Trump and Pence about impeachment. What are you going to do? Impeach Brandon and remove him from office? Impeachment insurance is Kamala Harris. But in my opinion on that whole thing, regardless of whether you go from dumb to dumber, or I think you still have to do it. You still have to prove the point that nobody, that you can be yanked out of there. You can be put out the pasture because you're doing the wrong thing. You know what? As far as I'm concerned, impeach old Brandon out there, and Kamala becomes the president. Impeach her too. Then it goes to Pelosi. Impeach her too. Just go down the line. You had one guy in one term impeached twice. Well, heck, let's set the record. I don't care who's pro tem of the Senate was. I forget who that is, but that's number 1, 2. That's number 4. Heck, I don't care. Let's go down the line, start impeaching until you finally get somebody with with 6 brain cells and a little bit of patriotism. What you think the Democrats are the only people that can impeach one president twice in one term? Set a new record. That's the point. It's just you have to do something. Has to happen. Something has to happen. I look at this whole thing with the People's Convoy. Man, they're trying, but it's like it's not. I get it. The whole thing with Ukraine went down. It's just the worst time possible when it came to the convoy in D.C. It got no media attention at all. But yeah, I know they're trying hard. So you got to give them a lot of credit. But they're taking it to California. Let's see how that goes over there, because that could get real ugly real quick.
That's what I'm thinking. Yep.
Well, just like I say many times, and the things people got to start realizing. It was one of the guys of the NRA that the whole phrase came from. They can have my gun when they take it from my cold dead hands. Don't forget who they are. Never forget who they are. We have to start recognizing as a society that when you have law enforcement officers that actually uphold their oath, they need to be upheld, and the public has to have their back. But the oath breakers, the guys that will, by force and by the point of a gun, enforce illegal mandates that are not laws, those are the guys that need to be basically sent packing. They need to go. So when you got how you open the story with Monkey Gouger's son, sounds like a situation like that. You have somebody who actually upholds his oath, based on what what the press release was that you were reading off that Facebook. By de-escalating the situation, not just trying to get a paid vacation by plugging a guy. You know, those are the guys we need to make sure that we put a spotlight on and make sure that, hey, these are the good guys. Keep them with us. But always remember, the Democrat Party especially, they love to scream, defund the police. They're not defunding. They're repurposing. And that's what they're repurposing for. The authoritarian has no way to actually take what isn't theirs. They have to have somebody do it for them. Watch in California, see what happened. It happened up there in Ottawa. See what happens in California. Hopefully it turns out better than it did in Ottawa.
And I don't know what the odds.
Not all I got.
I don't know what the odds of them being able to stop or shut down the legislature there from passing, all these over the top bills. But I can't help but wonder who comes up with this legislation to begin with. But when election time rolls around, most of them will get elected once again. A couple minutes before we hit top of the hour, news update as we roll up on the midnight hour on the West Coast, heading up toward 3 a.m. Eastern time. Did you catch the video last week of the what would you call it, upside down lightning, the lightning that appeared to be going from the ground skyward? The video, yes, went viral. Footage of a display that emanated out of Wichita, Kansas. Captured by a resident there who said this was the most insane strike of lightning I've ever caught on camera. Now, for the naked eye, if you were out there, watching the storm, you probably wouldn't even have been able to detect this strike going what you would think is the opposite direction of what it would normally. You think lightning comes from the sky down, right? This guy had the camera, though, that was rolling in the slow motion mode. And AccuWeather describes it as a really impressive display of what we call lightning-triggered upward lightning. The flashes are also called, they call them ground-to-cloud lightning strikes. They're initiated at the top of some sort of an object, most often a man-made building or maybe like a communications tower, radio tower, that sort of thing. While they are the minority of lightning strikes, they can be very brilliant, and they can even occur well after a storm outside of the heavy rain has already passed. And that's how you get such a clear video. But the flash captured in this video were, very brilliant. You got the camera set to the slow motion mode, fixed on the skies above his residential neighborhood, and then it's just like crawling electric fingers coming from the earth toward the sky. Bright forks of lightning slithering toward the sky. Just lit up the horizon. That was a cool video. Hey, we got to get our news break here. We'll return after this on a Monday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
6 people are dead and 10 others wounded after an early morning shooting in Sacramento Sunday. Shots were fired around 2 a.m. in the area near the Golden One Center. Officers responded quickly, but no suspect has been caught. Freddie Dearborn works as a community mentor for the Healing in the Hood program, which helps reduce community violence committed by high-risk youths in Sacramento County. He says he's still in shock by the shooting.
Right now I'm feeling disturbed, kind of sad. There was multiple victims and deceased, so it's nothing to feel good about.
The Ukrainian president says the Russian invasion of his country amounts to genocide. Speaking through a translator on CBS's Face the Nation, Zelensky calling it the extermination of his people. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Not too long ago, it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank, didn't it? For a vacation or a new car. But today, withdrawing your own cash has become risky. Pat Boone here for Swiss America. According to The Secret War, a new Swiss America white paper, I learned that all banks are now required to spy on you and me for the government, and then report any financial behavior deemed suspicious or unusual. You must read The Secret War. It's free.
Thanks, Pat. Call toll-free 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490.
Truth is, I believe the government's new war against cash is really a war against us all. But the secret is now out. So please, get and read The Secret War.
Again, 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490 today.
Or at SwissAmerica.com.
With the midterm elections just months away, Republicans are eyeing the chance of possibly retaking control of Congress. This comes as Americans are dealing with inflation hitting a 40-year high and a spike in gas prices. Speaking on ABC's This Week, White House Chief of Staff Ron Klain positively cites the March jobs report as a sign the economy is moving in the right direction.
The unemployment rate down to 3.6%. There's only been 3 months in 50 years where it's been that low. Record job creation. We're bringing the deficit down.
Gas prices continuing to go down slowly. AAA saying the nationwide average for a gallon of regular is $4.20 a gallon. That's down from last week's average of $4.24. Tiger Woods says it will be a game-time decision whether he will play at the Masters. Woods suffering a serious leg injury last year and has not competed since the accident. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
New York City Mayor Eric Adams is looking to take a bite out of gun crime in the Big Apple with the NYPD's recently launched anti-gun unit. Speaking on CBS's Face the Nation, Mayor Adams explains tackling the gun situation in New York City is twofold.
We really have to have a combination. We have to stop the flow of guns, but we must also do the job of getting the guns off the streets that's on there now. And my anti-gun unit, they're doing that.
Some critics of the new anti-gun unit claim the practice is out of date and have drawn comparisons to the New York City anti-crime units that were disbanded back in 2020. The music world is mourning the loss of one of their own.
It was the dark of the moon on the 6th of June.
70s country pop artist C.W. McCall has died. McCall scored a massive number one in 1975 with Convoy, which took advantage of the CB craze of the 70s and inspired the 1978 film Convoy, starring Chris Christopherson, and went on to become the mayor of Ouray, Colorado in 1986. McCall, who had been in hospice care since February, was 93. From the USA Radio News Northeast News Bureau, I'm Chris Russell.
Seinfeld fans continue to remember Estelle Harris. The red-haired actress with the distinctive voice died Saturday of natural causes at her California home, 3 weeks shy of her 94th birthday. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Well, thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. Got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break one line for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Blacktown. Let her roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, you'll catch it all on the Steve Sommers Show. We got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Yeah, we're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Big Moose. All right, cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Monday. 4th day of April, where we kick off the Hot Shot Secret TNC Radio.live $1,000 daily driver bonus. You got your first keyword in hour number 2. You'll have one more keyword coming your way in our final hour here this morning. And then tune in throughout the day, TNC Radio.live. You'll get a keyword during the morning grind between 9 and 11 a.m., and then the evening surge, as they call it, between 5 and 7 p.m. Here's how it works. It's your chance to win $1,000 and have a shot at the $10,000 grand prize. Like I said, it happens 4 times every work day. TNCRadio.live. Just listen in for the keyword. Yeah, then you go to the TNCRadio.live on the web, or you can go to the app. Enter that keyword and you're registered. But you can get registered up to 4 times per day. Obviously, the more entries, the better your odds of being a winner, right? So then the following day at the noon hour, one name will be drawn for a $1,000 prize. And not only one, but a second name will be drawn. So 2 $1,000 winners each day for the next 5 weeks. Then, to wrap it all up, May the 9th, all the valid entries through the contest period will go into the virtual hat, and one single winner, a $10,000 grand prize, will be randomly selected there. So that's underway this morning. Meanwhile, we get back to the calls. Thanks for hanging in there. Wally, what do you know this Monday?
Hey, Steve, what's going on, man? I'm going to tell you something. Why do we need all these trucking parking lots? You know, they was talking like a couple of years ago, we were going to have artificial intelligence drive all these trucks, and there ain't going to be nobody in them to sleep. You know? I don't understand why we need trucking parking.
Well, because the virtual trucking, it's coming, but it ain't here, and it's going to be a while. I think we all know that.
I know that, Steve. I know that. But when you're talking to Pete Buddha, I ain't gonna call him judge because he don't judge nothing, except maybe his husband's whatever size. Anyway, the point is this: I know about these issues, and I know, like, the mile marker at 129 is probably the last decent truck stop they've got for truck parking south on 95, and that's clear up around Lake Park and Vero Beach. Okay, Florida 60. Okay. And that's probably the last decent truck stop they got all the way down, even all the way down into Miami. So there is no truck parking for like 120 miles on I-95 south. So, we got them parking everywhere. Now, I got Class A offices and warehouses. Okay, that's where I'm security officer at. Okay, so I don't call myself a security guard because I don't guard anything. My job is to observe and report. And so that's what I do. Mm-hmm. Now, when I get a truck driver who comes in, and if he's honest with me, I'll let him stay. But I'll ask him a question like, if he's got what's he going to do? What's he doing?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, and if he says, I got delivery, my next question is, I need to see a bill of lading. But if he's honest about it, and he tells me that I'm out of hours and I need a place to park, or I'm tired and I need to rest, if he's that honest with me, I will let him stay.
Mm-hmm.
But the minute he lies to me, I can't let him stay because I don't know what he's there for.
Right. Right. Sure.
I just can't do it. So I understand the issues, but and sometimes they're honest with me, and sometimes they ain't, and sometimes they don't leave if I tell them they got to leave, and I don't argue with them. I just call the cops, and then they have to leave because they're on private property. But I don't have a problem with them.
Sure.
I understand.
Well,
are you still there?
As it should be, Wally. That's. I think you're doing the right thing.
So I understand that, and I know that, and I know, but I think asking him or asking this idiot that is trying to get rid of everything is the wrong person to ask, even though he's got to be the one to ask. It ain't going to happen to the people.
Right.
It's this thing. Because I see it already, man. They're doing every damn thing they can to keep gas as high as it is. And I'm not going to go there because I done made my statement about that the other day. But you get what you vote for.
That's right.
And by God,
elections have consequences. That's can't express that enough. Elections have consequences. All right, I don't know how the vehicle manufacturers are going to do this. Speaking of the higher prices at the pump and whatnot, I guess the latest announcement, new vehicles sold in this country will have to average at least 40 miles per gallon by 2026, up from about 28 miles per gallon under the new federal rules unveiled Friday. Yeah, they're undoing a rollback of the standards that President Trump had enacted. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration said the new fuel economy requirements are the strongest to date and the maximum the industry can achieve over that time period. They will reduce gas consumption by more than 220 billion gallons over the life of the vehicles, compared to the Trump standards. This is expected to decrease carbon dioxide emissions, but not as much as some environmentalists want. It will raise new vehicle prices in an industry already pressed by inflation and supply chain issues. Whether you know it or not, the latest numbers from just last week, the average new vehicle price is over $44,000 right now. Now, for the current model year, standards enacted under Donald Trump require that the fleet of new vehicles get just under 28 miles per gallon in real-world driving. The new requirements increase gas mileage by 8% per year for the years 2024 and 2025, and a 10% increase for the model year 2026. I'm thinking the only way that these vehicle manufacturers are going to achieve anything close to that is probably having to go to the hybrid model. You get X number of miles out of the battery before the gas engine's going to kick in. I don't see they're getting these numbers with just the internal combustion engine. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg, whose department includes the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, said these rules will strengthen national security by making us less dependent on foreign oil and less vulnerable to volatile gas prices. As we know, we're, national average more than $4.22 per gallon right now, helping inflation reach a 40-year high, eating into our budgets on every single day, and, of course, pummeling Joe Biden's approval ratings. This is all, again, another step in their new Green Deal. Get away from the fossil fuel. The auto dealers say these new requirements will drive up prices and push people out of what is an already expensive new car market. Now, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, they're projecting that these new rules will raise the price of a new vehicle in the 2029 model year by more than $1,000. I'm thinking it'll probably be more than that. About 18 past the hour. We'll get back to your calls here. Philip coming up next after a quick 2-minute timeout. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111. I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
There you go. Got a couple lines available, as a matter of fact. If you want to jump in this Monday morning. Got one more tidbit again in regards to the prices at the pump. Representative Scott Fitzgerald pretty much said it on Friday. The Biden administration doesn't know what to do about the surge in gas prices. So instead, they're going to develop and literally invent reasons for the price increases so they can try and deal with the political fallout that's going on. There is pressure, he says, I know, from Democrat members of the House to get this administration to move forward with at least some type of idea how they can explain this. Just this week, their conference was, I know, developing strategies on how to message the idea that it's not Biden's fault for everything under the sun. But he says, I find it amazing that the Democratic conference is continuing to hold the line when it comes to President Biden, as some of these people are clearly in the crosshairs for re-election. You'd think at some point there'd be a breaking point where they just come back to what the message the Republicans have been delivering. That is, let's undo what was done 14 months ago by Biden. Let's move back to what we experienced under Trump, which was we were a net exporting country when it comes to petroleum products. We need to go there again. And I said, obviously, there's a disconnect between the people and this administration, and the public is seeing through it when it comes to electric vehicles and all these other alternatives. The White House and the Democrats in the House are going to go down swinging while they continue to deliver this message about stopping fossil fuels. That's the goal. All right, Philip's on board this Monday. How was your weekend there, Philip?
Hey, bud, it's easier to complain about things and try to make a spin and do a blame game than it is to do what everybody needs to do when anything happens. Fix it.
Fix it.
Who cares about what cares about what somebody says about it? Fix it. If there's a problem, fix it, and then you figure out what caused the problem. Does that make sense? And that what kind of Q-Ball was alluding to earlier in his analogy of things? And by the way, our administration right now, I hate to say it, but it's very hypocritical. I mean, Steve, look at our Supreme Court justice they're putting in right now. She's going through everything. She was picked for that job before it even fell into her lap yet. I mean, they were profiling before they even started it, which, by the way, I don't understand why we are supposed to be profiling. We're not supposed to be profiling for jobs. At least that's the way it's supposed to be in the real world.
Mm-hmm.
They look at everybody. Why are you pulling out one type of person for a job? That's profiling, which is not everybody's been talking about. It's bad. That's hypocritical. So, sorry, Steve, didn't mean to go off there too much, but did you hear about the accident that we had down here yesterday, vehicle accident?
I don't believe I have.
Okay, so we had an accident down here in Seminole County, Florida, where it was Seminole County and Volusia County. There's a bridge that goes across a lake called Lake Jessup. Okay, this lake is well known. It's the lake where all the alligators hang out at. And when Grandma calls about an alligator, they take the alligator over to Lake Jessup to get it out of Grandma's yard. Okay, so there's thousands of alligators in this lake. But yesterday, and by the way, if anybody knows any information on it, contact the law enforcement down here. We had a semi rear-end two cars, which pushed one car into a wall on the bridge. And by the way, folks, wear your seatbelt at all times, even if you are in the back seat, because it ejected an older man into the lake off the top of the bridge.
Wow.
And actually, he perished. Okay? So it was just a messed up joke of a mess and could have been eliminated. They're still trying to find the semi that they don't even know anything. They don't have no cameras out there on that bridge. So they're trying to figure out what's going on with that. And it shut down 417 for probably about 7-8 hours yesterday.
Wow.
Because of it, the investigation and whatnot. So, yeah, some bridge is probably about 1.5 miles, 2 miles long. It's a pretty long bridge going across this lake. And the lake is hooked up with the marshland and on the St. Johns River district. And It was a mess. It was a mess. It was a pretty bad accident. Change gears a little bit, Steve. Did you hear anything about all the elections over there around Ukraine right now with the other countries? Have you paid attention to any of that?
I not really paying a whole lot of attention. I guess what was the big headline was, is it Oslo? What was the country? Landslide or whatever there?
Well, you've got the election in Hungary right now for their president. You have elections for their administration in Slavia right now. You have France is having an election. I know that's a little bit further away from Ukraine, but it's part of the European nation.
That's in a dead heat.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now going out of the and going out of the European nation, you've got issues in Pakistan right now. Has anybody been paying attention to what's going on in Pakistan? With their government's in real turmoil right now. And then you've got the situation with Saudi Arabia, and Yemen. I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on in the world with this deal with Ukraine. But as Q-Ball said earlier, we're focused on other things than that. We're more interested in watching two guys slap each other on national TV at an award show than we are about people that are getting obliterated over in Ukraine right now. And it just amazes me. It just amazes me. So, not to mention all the stuff that's going on that we're paying a lot of attention to, what's going on down here in Florida between our governor and some big corporation.
Mm-hmm.
They want to pay attention to that more. So it's just a messed up deal with the media right now. As far as that deal over in Ukraine, I don't even watch the American media on anymore. I watch all the media overseas. So, but that's all I got today, Steve. And by the way, I do appreciate Q-Ball. I watched his channels, and keep it up, bud. And I also watched the Gentry channel that you had mentioned about.
Gentry and Sons.
Trucking one.
Yeah.
Those are really good channels. But y'all keep it up, and we'll talk to you later, bud. Have a good one.
All right, good to hear from you. Thanks for checking in. Yeah, developments. I mean, what the Hungary election? It's like some guy that's the pro Putin. I guess he won a fourth term in a landslide, according to the headline. Meanwhile, quickly as we roll towards news break, bottom of the hour here. Two separate crashes involving semi-trucks, starting with a pickup hydroplaning in Texas, according to troopers, on I-10. Yeah, the set of crashes started with a motorist and a pickup traveling at an unsafe speed on wet eastbound I-10. Hydroplane struck the inside guardrail, then struck a 2015 Freightliner that was unable to avoid the spin-out pickup truck. Shortly after the first crash, a 2014 Freightliner and a 2019 Freightliner traveling eastbound, one behind the other, when the 2019 slowed for the previous accident involving the pickup. Yeah, the 2014 Freightliner behind it failed to slow, jackknifing, causing it to lose a load of cinder blocks. It's not clear if the 2014 struck the 2019 during the jackknife and subsequently lost the load. Luckily, no injuries reported in the series, but crash still under investigation. We'll be back following this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
6 people are dead and 10 others wounded after an early morning shooting in Sacramento Sunday. Shots were fired around 2 a.m. in the area near the Golden One Center. Officers responded quickly, but no suspect has been caught. Freddie Dearborn works as a community mentor for the Healing in the Hood program, which helps reduce community violence committed by high-risk youths in Sacramento County. He says he's still in shock by the shooting.
Right now I'm feeling disturbed. Kind of sad. There was multiple victims and deceased, so it's nothing to feel good about.
The Ukrainian president says the Russian invasion of his country amounts to genocide. Speaking through a translator on CBS's Face the Nation, Zelensky calling it the extermination of his people. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Not too long ago, it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank, didn't it? For a vacation or a new car. But today, withdrawing your own cash has become risky. Pat Boone here for Swiss America. According to The Secret War, a new Swiss America white paper, I learned that all banks are now required to spy on you and me for the government, and then report any financial behavior deemed suspicious or unusual. You must read The Secret War. It's free.
Thanks, Pat. Call toll-free 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490.
Truth is, I believe the government's new war against cash is really a war against us all. But the secret is now out. So please, get and read The Secret War.
Again, 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490 today.
Or at SwissAmerica.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive an 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles per gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, got an email from Rick who said, sorry to bother you, brother, but what's that station you're talking about? To enter the code word. Can't find anything on Google or the App Store to get the app. It's TNC. I use, as in Truckers News Channel, TNCradio.live. And you'll find it on the web or, yes, the App Store for Google. The App Store for the iPhone or the Android. And just download the app and there you go. We got the official announcement over the weekend. There's been some alluding back and forth to this with the Russian-Ukraine situation. What about the International Space Station, right? Yeah, at one point, there was even a threat from Russia to abandon the American astronaut there. Russia announced officially they will end cooperation on the International Space Station until the sanctions over the Ukraine invasion are lifted. The head of the space station has said they will no longer work with the partners, including NASA and the European Space Agency, on the groundbreaking laboratory. The chief of Roscosmos revealed the move on Twitter and says he will submit a timetable for completion of their current projects to the Kremlin. Now, this after weeks of threats, delays, and canceled projects from Roscosmos since those wave of sanctions were introduced against the likes of the oligarchs linked to Vladimir Putin. Most astronauts aboard the space station return to the Earth aboard the Russian Soyuz flights. But of course, Elon Musk's SpaceX, the Crew Dragon, also now transports crew to the space station. They've made 4 visits since their inaugural voyage in 2020. Currently, there are 3 Americans, 3 Russians, and 1 German aboard the International Space Station. Now, the head of the Russian Space Agency had said, who's going to save the International Space Station? If Russia were to withdraw from the project, that prompted Elon Musk to say, we will. The Twitter, when asked, do you mean SpaceX is going to keep the International Space Station from falling to the Earth? Musk simply said yes. All right. Russia says their responsibilities on the space station could fall to the U.S. or Europe if it pulled out, but the U.S. said it would be very difficult to operate the station on its own. Russia and the U.S. had been able to bury their differences last week when, again, indeed, a NASA astronaut returned to Earth alongside 2 of the Russian counterparts there. That just days after the 3 Russian cosmonauts arrived at the International Space Station with their yellow and blue flight suits. Some people said that was a show of support for Ukraine, kind of a humiliation for Putin's regime. But Russia said sanctions from the United States, Canada, the European Union, Japan are aimed at blocking financial, economic, and production activities of our high-tech enterprises. That's what the sanctions are all about, right? All right, back to your calls here. High pressure pumping on board. What's going on? How was your weekend first?
Oh, very good. Always too fast. How was yours?
Yeah, the same. Too fast.
Fast. Well, especially when we got to work Saturdays. But people keep bringing up this Buttigieg name. He was mayor of just north of me in South Bend. I mean, he couldn't even take care of South Bend. Domino's Pizza had to help take care of the streets by putting out an ad campaign, fill a pothole, get a free pizza. And now he's in charge of all this or whatever. But I don't think there's a big majority of Americans have absolutely no idea what's going on. Because how big that number is, who knows? But big majority of America is just fat and happy and not paying attention. And I didn't watch any of that State of the Union address, but I caught about a minute or two until I got sick to my stomach and shut it off. The representative from Michigan who gave her response to the State of the Union address, and all she talked about was Americans are in need. Americans are dependent on the government. We need to continue to push harder and harder for more government subsidized housing and government subsidized food.
Yeah.
Basically get the people more and more reliant on the government and not pay attention to what's truly going on. But talking about this going to all electric, every once in a while I get put on dry urea to numerous power plants across northern Indiana. And I've asked quite a few of them while going in there to get my bills signed and stuff. I've asked them, I said, we all hear this talk going all electric. I said, is that achievable? Are we heading that way? Each handful of different power plants, I've asked that question to the people. They just laugh and say, if you believe that, I want to sell you a bridge.
Okay, because I mean that's the first near. That's what I've been saying forever is the fact that right now the infrastructure to generate electricity, isn't up to meet the demand that we have without the electrification of all the cars and the trucks. And last I checked, I don't see a whole bunch of new electric power plants being built around the country.
No, not being built. And actually, some of them even say, if the government gets what they want, that we're going backwards with supposedly the big push is being more dependent on these windmills and less dependent on a power plant.
Yeah.
They keep saying if we move that way, we're going backwards. But the thing that crossed my mind with this whole talk of electric and how I've asked them the questions is, I don't know, just throwing it out there, is this all smoke and mirrors of something else? Because remember back during the Bush when they had that cash for clunkers, people were turning in fairly new, couple-year-old gas guzzlers. Gas was so high, fuel was so high. People were turning in their gas guzzlers and buying rice burners. You couldn't. Dealerships couldn't give away trucks.
Yep.
They were nobody was buying them. People were just getting rid of them, and they were buying their rice burners. And then a few years later, it changed around again, and people were buying the gas guzzlers. So I don't know. This whole push for electric is it just smoke and mirrors because it's not achievable. Everything going electric, it's not achievable with the way things are right now. And then talking about those bills in California, don't hold me to it, but I think the one about having to be poked in your arm in order to work in California, I think that one has been tabled for, don't hold me to it, but I think that's been put on the shelf for now.
Okay.
But the lady who wrote quite a few of those bills, I can't remember her name. She also just within the last week or something added one. It's AB 2223, and I've looked up a little bit about it, but if what I'm hearing is correct, it's basically legalizing abortion, possibly even up to a year after the baby's born. Which I don't know how you don't call that murder.
That's not an abortion. That's a murder. Yeah, that's nothing.
That's a murder.
Even up to the day before birth, it's, in my opinion, still murder.
It's murder. It's murder. It's murder. It's sad. But last quick talking point. Talking about the convoy, I didn't listen to nothing over Saturday, Sunday, Friday. When I was heading home, I tuned in just a little bit, listening to it. They were leaving Nashville, where they were staying in Nashville, and they were first off all going to stop at a fuel stop, and all the four-wheelers get off gassed up, and the big trucks fueled up. Well, Sasnak was talking about how he's having a hard time getting word out to more new listeners, and his views have actually been going down from when it started out. Well, right there at the truck stop, he was parked right behind Trucker G, and he got out of his truck and he walked up to Trucker G while Trucker G was fueling his truck up. And talking about that thing. He got back in his truck and he goes, I was just talking to Trucker G about trying to get the word out to more new people.
Mm-hmm.
And he brought up a good point. He brought up a good point of how people who wanted to get the word out about stuff back in the day used to get the word out by going, it didn't say nothing about your show, but he said going on a garage sale site and putting on ads in there about tune into this station to whatever. So then Sasnak started talking to all his viewers and said, if you guys can do that for me, go on your garage sale site and put ads in there about tuning into Sasnak to learn more about the People's Convoy. So I don't know what to say about that.
Interesting. So I did get to chat with Trucker G there at the truck show. So, I mean, I knew he was going home a few days, and I guess, so obviously he's back out there with the convoy again, headed to California.
Yeah, he's back with them. But they're heading towards California, but I don't know, in my opinion, not too much in a hurry to get there. Like, they're spending a couple of days in Texas, then they're going to slowly move to other states and just slowly make their way. If they were wanting to push about these bills, I'd be hightailing it over there. But I don't know. It seems strange stuff going on right now with that.
Well, High Pressure, I appreciate the update. You had anything further, just don't hesitate to give us a ring. All right, so what are we looking at? Plenty of room for you. It's 844-844-3388. We return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Let me give you a traffic note. Several people had forwarded this to me. A Big Sexy, a couple of others out of Memphis. Big change coming to a very heavily traveled area. I-55 at Crump Boulevard. Starting this month, the DOT will begin major improvements to the I-55 Crump interchange, as well as repairs to the I-55 bridge. According to the community relations officer with the Tennessee DOT, it's going to be more free-flowing because there's going to be 2 lanes that are going to be able to move through that movement. A new multi-lane roundabout intersection will be constructed to replace the existing Cloverleaf interchange. But they tell us, here's what drivers can expect. At least 1 lane on the I-55 bridge will remain open throughout the project. There will be some closures, though. They will schedule 8 weekend full closures from 8 p.m. Friday to 6 a.m. Monday, and 2 full week closures. Semi-drivers who cross state lines on 55 are already worried about the traffic troubles. What's expected to be a 3-year project. One driver says, it's going to be hard for us truckers because this bridge right here is convenient. Big inconvenience. Yeah, every truck crosses the bridge. Doesn't matter which direction you come from. You're crossing the bridge, and it's going to make it really hard because there's no workaround. Anyway, the DOT said they will maintain traffic to businesses along Crump. The owner of Ghost River Brewing, right on the corner of Main and Crump, believes in the long run, the changes will help. Initially, it might have an impact because of the traffic patterns, but the long-term need for this project, I think, is pretty important for the city of Memphis, both for aesthetics and safety. Now, they're saying the project won't be completed until probably the first quarter of 2025. I believe the initial closures are going to be starting sometime within the next week, maybe 2. So be prepared. Big travel headaches. All right, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. A little bit of rain outside the secret bunker in this hour, 45 degrees, what I'm currently seeing here. Is that Knucklebuster?
Absolutely, Mr. Steve Summers. The best thing to do is just take 240 north to 40 west, and you'll avoid that I-55 bridge. It's only a mile further. They're supposed to be building a flyover over there, so I don't know. It's going to be a mess no matter what they do when they start shutting it down there. So you got all that truck traffic running across there.
Yeah.
And some people just absolutely refuse to drive 1 mile further there, right?
Right.
So I always pull for the 40 because Kale house up there on I-40 is always closed at night. So I just wave at them when I drive by. I don't have to mess with them there, right? Well, let's get the important stuff out of the way. Let's keep this Steve Summers Overnight Drive radio going down the highway. Buy some Hot Shot Secret products like Sticks in the Eliminator, Everyday Diesel. And when you get that checkout box, don't forget to put Overnight Drive in the code box so you get your 10% discount.
That's right.
And buy some Steve Summers Overnight Drive products as well. Baseball caps, T-shirts, travel mugs. And just think how spiffy you'll be looking, especially those women. And that's all of my bull on it for today, Mr. Steve Summers. Have a great day.
All right. Yeah, and I don't mention that often enough. Yeah, it's good to see a lot of our friends came by the booth, purchased some of those Overnight Drive T-shirts, hats, the cold cups, the mugs. overnightdriveradio.com and click on shop. Yeah, let's look at some of this morning, the product focus, the best maintenance products and fuel additives for RVs and motorhomes. As we begin to put winter in the rearview mirror, and it's time to begin breaking out the RVs, motorhomes, hit the road. We've got a range of products, a wide range of products to help you find the right additive for your RV at Hot Shot Secret. First, you get the premium RV diesel additive that's formulated with properties that significantly enhance fuel stabilization, fuel economy, performance, and power for your vehicle. Now, that's on the diesel side. They've also got the premium RV gas additive. Multifunctional fuel additive designed for RVs that run on gas, stabilizes gasoline, improves lubrication while protecting your RV's fuel during those long-term storage periods. Check out the RV Engine Protector, one of the best RV oil additives made to clean stiction and burnt oil deposits on your engine components safely. The ability to clean contaminants improves, of course, the reliability and the performance of your RV. RV Trans Protector, the automatic transmission enhancer and cleaner that solves some of the common issues like burning transmission fluid, rough operating, inconsistent or improper shift quality. Last time Double R was in town, I got to check out his RV, and I gave him a can of the RV Slide Out lubricant. She said, "Steve, that's some great stuff." Yeah, protects every kind of RV slide out mechanism from corrosion and rust. Also lubricates the mechanism to make RV operation quieter and smoother. All right, got our final hour just ahead. Keep in mind, in that final hour, we'll give you a keyword for the $1,000 a day driver daily bonus. That'll be just ahead. And we've got clear lines at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg says the International Criminal Court is opening an investigation into possible Russian war crimes in Ukraine.
All facts are brought to the table, and that those responsible are held accountable.
Stoltenberg also telling CNN's State of the Union he strongly welcomes the investigation. Sacramento police are investigating a shooting that killed 6 people and wounded at least a dozen others early Sunday morning. The gunfire erupted in the downtown entertainment district just blocks from the state capitol. Police have not identified any possible suspects, and they call it a very complex and complicated crime scene. Social media video shows young people fighting with each other before gunfire erupts. You're listening to USA Radio News.
You've heard me talking for over 3 years about MyPillow and the great products they have. There's some great specials right now when you go to mypillow.com/radio specials. You can find Giza Dream Sheets as low as $39.99. 6-piece MyPillow towel sets, deeply discounted, $39.95. And, of course, half-price My Slippers, which make my feet feel wonderful. All sorts of great products, including the MyPillow mattress topper, a MyPillow for the rest of your body. Go to mypillow.com/radio specials. That's mypillow.com/radio specials. Use my promo code USA, or you can call 1-800-951-8175. That's 1-800-951-8175. mypillow.com/radio specials, promo code USA.
Ukrainian and Russian diplomats are continuing to work on a peaceful resolution to the war between the two countries. But Western leaders worry the Kremlin will only agree to a settlement if they get to annex Ukrainian territory. Wisconsin Republican Representative Mike Gallagher joins Fox News and says this could be dangerous for NATO.
If Putin's able to settle for something like solidifying his claims over Crimea, establishing a land bridge between Crimea and the Donbass into Russia, that is still a profoundly destabilizing outcome, one that puts NATO in a far worse position than it was prior to the war.
Senator John Cornyn is laying out what he thinks should be the focus of the Republican Party ahead of this year's midterm elections. Appearing on Fox News Sunday, the Texas Republican saying dealing with inflation, border protection, spikes in crimes, and the ongoing invasion of Ukraine are top priorities. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
President Biden is releasing 1 million barrels of oil every day from the United States' Strategic Petroleum Reserve as critics continue to come after him for his restrictions on American oil production. Frank Maricola is the American Petroleum Institute's Senior Vice President of Policy. He tells Fox News there's other things that can be done to lower the price at the pump.
If the administration really wants to be strategic here, they'll promote the production of oil and gas in the United States through development on federal lands and waters. They'll stop restricting access to pipeline infrastructure. Those are the things that are going to provide relief for Americans at the pump.
A U.S. agency is acknowledging damage to dinosaur tracks in Utah.
Dinosaur tracks from 112 million years ago have been damaged in southeastern Utah by heavy machinery used to rebuild a boardwalk at the popular tourist area. The damage at the Mill Canyon dinosaur track site is minor, but some footprints had fractures around the rims. The Bureau of Land Management said an area where a prehistoric crocodile crossed a mudflat appeared to have been driven over multiple times by a backhoe, causing fracturing. The site is considered among the most important dinosaur track areas in the nation, containing tracks from at least 10 different species. From the USA Radio News Northeast News Bureau, I'm Chris Russell.
Find us wherever you listen to your favorite podcast by searching for USA Radio News. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, final hour, off and rolling here. Could be looking at another rough tumble week for travelers out there. Severe storms, including the threat of tornadoes, could target parts of the South throughout the week ahead, including areas still recovering from a pair of outbreaks in the past 2 weeks. And to say it's been a hyperactive stretch for severe weather by early spring standards is an understatement, according to the Weather Channel. Had that siege of severe weather the 21st to the 23rd of March. Tornadoes in the New Orleans metro, the Jacksboro, Texas. The most recent outbreak last week, Tuesday through Thursday, from the plains to the northeast. Looks like in the coming days, the atmosphere is going to recharge not once, but twice this week. Another southward plunge in the jet stream going to dive across the central and eastern states as that warm, humid air gets pulled northward into the southeast. That's going to generate the instability, the wind shear, all that lift for more strong storms, not to mention heavy rain once again. So we're going to be talking 2 separate pushes of low pressure across the south and the east, each of those bringing potentially severe weather. And we can start today, matter of fact. The first system reaches western Oklahoma and Texas by later tonight. Severe weather could develop in parts of north, central, and southeastern Texas, into northern Louisiana and western Mississippi later today. Large hail and at least a few tornadoes are possible during the late afternoon and evening hours. Later in the day, we could see storms begin to produce more damaging wind gust, as well as large hail and, again, maybe some tornadoes. Looking ahead toward Tuesday, it looks like the key uncertainty Tuesday is how expansive the soaking rain will be in the lower Mississippi Valley during the day and the evening. That could limit the instability for severe thunderstorms. Right now, it looks like the threat is most possible closer to the Gulf Coast, from Louisiana into Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, and the Florida Panhandle. Tornadoes, damaging winds, all possible once again. And we'll be talking heavy rain in much of the Tennessee Valley, the Appalachians, and the adjacent Piedmont areas. So look ahead to the Tuesday to Tuesday night time frame. They're kind of putting a bullseye zone. Northern Alabama, northern Georgia, southeast Tennessee, and the western tip of North and South Carolina. So that would include the Atlanta metro area back to Birmingham, into the Chattanooga metro area, again, Tuesday. And with that, it is 844-844-3388. Lugnut Louie, I presume.
Is it the taxi service?
The taxi service?
Yeah, my name's not. What'd you say? What was?
Lugnut Louie?
No, this is how alcohol. Alcohol. Knucklehead.
Oh, sounds like you've imbibed in a bit there, haven't you? I'd say, what are we on tonight?
Can you send a car over to Broad and 25th Street? Please don't tell my wife that I'm here. Is this Patel, the taxi driver?
No, you got the wrong number, buddy. This is not the taxi service. I'm sorry.
Patel, how you doing that? I thought he's coming to pick me up. You told me after I left the bar that you pick me up.
Yeah.
Please don't tell my wife.
Don't worry. Your secret's safe with me. Of course, we don't know where the hell you are anyway. And I don't know if he knows where he is. It must be another relative of Lugnut Louie. That's all I know. How about Philip Morris gifting 500,000 packs of cigarettes for the fighters in Ukraine? You know, smoke them if you got them. You've heard that so many times in Hollywood, the military movies. Yeah, that's actually reality. After the Washington Examiner reported last week, Philip Morris has gifted Ukrainian soldiers with approximately 500,000 packs of cigarettes. Now, Philip Morris discontinued the majority of the Ukraine operations just hours after Russia launched that full-scale invasion on Ukrainian cities and villages. Philip Morris donating 500,000 packs of cigarettes to help the army, according to the Examiner. Among the highlighted cigarette brands, of course, Marlboro Light, Virginia Slims, Benson & Hedges, Parliament, Alpine, Basics, Cambridge, L&M and Players. Philip Morris, director of U.S. Communications, tells the Examiner this gift included sales, distribution, and manufacturing. The Ukrainian army actually approached our colleagues and asked for stock in our warehouse in one of the most heavily bombed regions, and we complied with the request. Now, according to a separate report, Philip Morris has either suspended or canceled their marketing and product launches in Russia in lieu of initiating the war with Ukraine. Is smoking popular in Ukraine, you might ask? Well, according to the survey, the daily smoking rates for Ukrainian men and women ages 15 and older actually declined from 2010 to 2016. In 2012, nearly 30% of that age demographic smoked cigarettes regularly. It's 25.5% with the latest statistics out of Ukraine. But yeah, that's something to keep the soldiers going, right? Meanwhile, we're not the only ones dealing with higher prices at the pump. Some countries are actually looking at potentially rationing gas. Germany, Austria, sounding the alarm over imminent disruptions in the supply chain. Germany gets about half their gas and a third of its oil from Russia. They're urging consumers and companies to reduce consumption. We have to be prepared for all scenarios. Austria relies on Russia even more for gas. They get nearly 80% of their oil or gas from Russia. Officials there say they're going to begin monitoring the market very closely. This early warning phase that both countries have initiated, the first of 3 steps to get the people and the businesses ready for the last step of fuel rationing. All right. Payments and delivery are a time-consuming process from a technological point. This is going to be a prolonged apparently Kremlin's press secretary indicated that Russian leaders have kind of changed tune on the immediacy of their demands. They were demanding that payments be made in the Russian currency, the ruble. And with that, 15 past the hour. It's 844-844-3388. Hey, get back up to the calls here. The Mercury Man on board. Yes, sir.
I guess so. Al Hall put the K in alcohol, huh?
Alcohol.
Yeah, but he sounded like he was what you call lit. I was gonna give y'all a little fun fact about this Title 42. They trying to omit, trying to repeal.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people thinking it's the Democrats have always wanted these people to come up here to go vote and stuff like that, which that's part of it. But the biggest reason that the liberals and Democrats want these people up here is that all these mass migrations out of California, out of New York, and out of Illinois, all these big blue states that just regulating them to death, they have to replace these people up there. And that's the fastest and easiest way to replace these people, because if they don't replace them, the next time they have their census and everything, they'll have to redraw their congressional lines and they'll lose seats. That's the main reason they want these people up there. They always pumping these people out. As soon as they come across the border, the Christian charities send them straight to either Atlanta, New York, Chicago, LA, just places like that, because they have to keep replenishing their people, because most of those people are leaving those states. The most California is leaving for Texas.
Right.
Texas and Idaho. And New York's all the New Yorkers, they're leaving for Florida, so they have to have these people to replenish them, If they didn't, they would actually lose seats in the House like that, and they can't afford to do that.
So I guess aside,
they sneaky with this stuff.
Aside from the congressional lines, I mean, many allude to, because you notice in the comments about a future pathway to citizenship. This is also building on millions of what they believe will be future Democrat voters.
That's right. That's right. They are hedging their bet, because they know they are losing population. And two, it's not only migration of people leaving those states. Hell, Americans aren't having any kids. This last census was shown to have the lowest birth rate of any generation before. And we're not having children to replace the ones the easiest way to say it, the ones that pass away.
Yep.
And they're trying to replenish these people with the fastest way they can, and that's through the border down there. They don't care where they come from. They don't care. They just want bodies in their congressional districts. That's what they want. And if they can turn them to vote Democrat, that's a plus. Because all of them ain't gonna vote Democrat.
No, by no means.
But at least they'll have their butts in the district where they can claim to have representation. Because the census don't care they count everybody now, and if you're a body in that, they count you as needing representation. So, but another thing too is if this Ukraine deal, people better wake up and realize that Ukraine hadn't even turned over the first bit of soil to plant anything over there. And that's where Europe gets most of their food. Most of their food comes. The breadbasket of Europe is Ukraine, and they haven't even started on anything yet. And it would be wise for people to start now buying up flour, meal, corn. We're going to have to supply Europe with food, and that's going to make our food cost even more here. And it's wheat, rice, all kind of different, the staples of life, everything that's any kind of grain, anything like that, it'd be a wise choice to buy, every time you go to the grocery store, get you an extra bag of flour or something like that, and just set it back. And next time you go, buy another extra bag and just set it back. It'll last for a little while. And if you really want to get serious about it, you can go get you a 5-gallon bucket and line it with a Mylar bag and seal you up about 5 gallons of meal, and flour and stuff like that, and just sit back and just wait and see what happens. But it's finna get hairy. And if we lose control of our petrodollars like they talking about, it's really gonna get bad. I just fear it's coming,
Yes, sir. Well, and you're 100% correct about there being the breadbasket of Europe, and who's going to pick up the slack, right? Who's going to step in? Oh, look at some of the numbers here. Boasting some of the most fertile land on earth, rich black soil, perfectly suited to growing grains. Chernozem, is extremely fertile, known to produce high agricultural yields, thanks to the ability to have high moisture capacity. Yes, Ukraine has the ability to provide enough food for 500 million people, maybe more. According to Farming Life, about 32 million hectares of land is cultivated each year, with Ukraine and Russia supplying a quarter of the world's wheat and half the sunflower products. Their main crop includes sunflower, corn, soybeans, wheat, and barley. Ukrainian farmers are growing crops for export across the European Union, as well as China, Turkey, India, Egypt, and Africa. Believe it or not, more than 70% of the country, Ukraine, is made up of prime agricultural land. They rank first in the world in sunflower and sunflower oil production and export. They rank highly as a producer and exporter of barley, corn, rye, and wheat. They are a large producer of potatoes, believed to be fourth largest in the world. According to the statistics, Ukraine's cereals and soybean production is expected to reach 78 million tons in 2 years' time. With 42 million hectares of agricultural land available, their agri-food potential is huge. But that's all kind of changing right now. While rising oil and gas prices are making all the headlines, this Russian invasion is likely to drive up food prices globally, as buyers are going to rush to find alternatives for wheat, corn, and sunflower oil. Now, Russia is one of the biggest exporters of fertilizers. So we could see another rise in nutrient prices, which in turn could impact crop yields, which means further price hikes for the consumer, whether it's a chocolate bar or a box of pasta. It's all a vicious cycle. Yeah, and we know the U.S. farmers have been talking about the price of fertilizer just to get the fields ready this year. We'll be back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92. 180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. performance. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, here we go. It's that time. Ready or not, the $1,000 daily driver bonus. Kicking it off today. This will be keyword number 2 of the day from tncradio.live. If you hadn't caught it yet, time for your chance to win $1,000 cash and a shot at the $10,000 grand prize. This hour's keyword, as we call it, is cash. Like in cold, hard cash. Enter that word now at tncradio.live or use the TNC Radio Live app in this nationwide contest. And good luck from Hot Shot Secret. Cash is the word. Now you've got 2 more opportunities today to get a keyword. tncradio.live during the live shows 9 to 11 this morning and 5 to 7 this afternoon. Here on your Monday, you got the morning grind and then the evening surge at tncradio.live. Good luck from Hot Shot Secret. All right, rolling toward news break there, bottom of the hour. We'll get back to your calls at 844-844-3388. The Great Race. In the 39-year history of the Great Race, it's made its way east and west, north and south through 46 of the lower 48. This year, 2022, the Great Race will finally add the last 2 states to the schedule. Those states will be Rhode Island and North Dakota. The 2022 Hemmings Motor News Great Race, presented by Haggerty Drivers Club, starts in Warwick, Rhode Island, Saturday, June the 18th. They'll finish in Fargo, North Dakota on Sunday, June the 26th. According to the race organizers, the 9-day, 2,300-mile adventure will bring 120 of the world's finest antique automobiles to 19 cities in Rhode Island, Connecticut, New York, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Wisconsin, Minnesota, and finally North Dakota. More than $150,000 will be awarded to top finishers in multiple divisions. According to the director of the race, we're excited to start the Great Race in Warwick, a beautiful city just outside of Providence. The host hotel has everything we need for meetings and activities, and the racers will enjoy some of the trips we've planned to car collections and a fabulous Newport, Rhode Island. So we've pretty much finished. We've finalized the finish in downtown Fargo, just across the Red River from Minnesota, one of the most exciting cities in America. And their downtown, which has hosted crowds of tens of thousands twice for college game day, just fantastic teams and cars from Japan, England, Australia, Canada, and every corner of the United States will converge in mid-June with vintage automobiles dating back as far as 1916. Pretty cool. There's more than 500 people just in our entourage from all around the world, they tell us. So the Great Race. You know, what inspired that? Going back in time, all those years, 39 years it's been ongoing. But yeah, that'd be quite the sight to behold. Cars start and hopefully finish 1 minute apart if all goes according to plan. The biggest part of the challenge, other than staying on time and following the instructions, is getting an old car to the finish line every day. Every stop on the great race, of course, is free to the public. Spectators can visit with the participants, look at the cars for several hours. It's common for kids to climb in the cars for a first-hand look. Any car from 1975 or earlier would be eligible. But most of the entries were manufactured before World War II. You go back to the race in 2019, it was actually a 1916 Hudson that won that year's event from Riverside, California to Tacoma, Washington. This year's winners will again receive $50,000 of the $150,000 total purse. A 1916 Hudson Pikes Peak hill climber, a 1917 American La France, and a 1917 Peerless Racer are the oldest cars that are scheduled to be in the great race. And we'll return after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg says the International Criminal Court is opening an investigation into possible Russian war crimes in Ukraine.
All facts are brought on the table, and that those responsible are held accountable.
Stoltenberg also telling CNN's State of the Union he strongly welcomes the investigation. Sacramento police are investigating a shooting that killed 6 people and wounded at least a dozen others early Sunday morning. The gunfire erupted in the downtown entertainment district just blocks from the state capitol. Police have not identified any possible suspects, and they call it a very complex and complicated crime scene. Social media video shows young people fighting with each other before gunfire erupts. You're listening to USA Radio News.
An adult elephant can weigh up to 6 tons. The average person, 150 pounds. Ever heard of carfentanil? It's a large wild animal tranquilizer. Illegal drug dealers lace heroin with it. It can kill the average human. If you or a loved one is addicted to opiates, even pain pills, don't wait until it's too late. Call the Detox and Treatment Helpline now. We care. Many of us have been where you are. We'll take you or a loved one away from the drug environment to a place you can clean out safely. Plus, we'll work with your insurance company to make sure you get the treatment you need. And with a Family Medical Leave Act, you're allowed by law to get away for help without telling your employer why. Call now to save a life. 800-707-9709. 800-707-9709. That's 800-707-9709.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
A couple of other industry tidbits to throw your way. I had nothing to do with the People's Convoy, which is now headed back toward California, but apparently truck drivers in New Jersey had plans to block the turnpike, the New Jersey Turnpike, in protest of high fuel prices Friday morning. Apparently they were squashed by excessive police presence and too few participants. According to the local news, the drivers intended to leave the Vince Lombardi rest stop, and enter the New Jersey Turnpike altogether, blocking traffic as a way to bring attention to the struggles with rising fuel costs. Participants say there were too many troopers and too few truckers to make the rolling protest worth it. One of the drivers that was looking to participate says, "We keep America running, we keep the economy running. We want the public to know and support us." Many of us are just breaking even right now. These rates have gone down, fuel prices have gone up. This is really going to affect the livelihood of the trucking industry. I think that they're not really taking it seriously, said another driver. They're not doing anything to help us. The driver who did show up said, the failed protest was a warning. They claim if companies don't pay them more to compensate for high fuel prices, they'll try to block the highway again and probably meet up with the same resistance. Missouri State Police kicking off an enforcement in St. Louis County in hopes of cutting down crashes and saving lives in these, what they call high crash corridors. In partnership with the Missouri DOT, the Highway Patrol has identified the interstate corridors with the highest crash numbers and instances of traffic violations in the state. Enhanced enforcement efforts will target 4 sections of various interstates in St. Louis County, which they've identified as some of the deadliest in the state, to include I-270 between the 28 and 33 mile marker, I-170 between the 4.5 and 9.5 mile markers, Interstate 55 between the 197 and 201 mile markers, and then I-270 between the 13 and 19 mile marker. This is supposedly the month of April of 2022. You will see increased enforcement on these stretches of interstate, looking for aggressive driving behaviors, speeding, tailgating, unsafe lane changes. These, obviously, impaired driving, the main contributing factors to these fatal and serious injury crashes. So that's the breakdown. You've been forewarned, but there you go. Meanwhile, let's get back to our calls here. About 19 before the hour. And I believe, is it Rodeo on the line? Morning, Rodeo.
Hey, Steve. I got to thinking about something, and since Chris is all about efficiency and things working together, I'm thinking maybe you got some pull. You reckon you can get me and Knucklebuster a job to work with Chris, and we're going to do a little bit of combination and put those cold cups inside those T-shirts of yours, and that way it's kind of like putting a bra. You know how they sew them inside of shirts and stuff.
Yeah.
And that way, them cold cups inside them T-shirts. Me and Knucklebuster, we can sit there and make sure that the experiments are working out real good. Kind of like squirt them with water every once in a while and stuff like that on the ladies' T-shirts. Reckon you can get us a job doing that?
Oh, I'll tell you what. Next time Chris is on, I'll run that by him, see what he thinks. What do you say?
Well, you know, because I called in the other day and I was telling about how that, you know, that stiction eliminator works so good on my truck. I call it left lane, the left lane extreme, because it does such wonders to my truck. I'm just thinking maybe we can make this combination deal work, and you can get me and Knucklebuster a job up there, and maybe we just help do the experiments.
What kind of a minimum starting wage you think we're looking at?
Well, we might have to play it by ear, but I can't see with my ears.
Rodeo, have a good morning. Thanks for checking in. And it's 844-844-3388. Yeah, let's try again. Is this Lugnut Louie?
Oh, good morning, Sherman. It's a pleasure to speak with you this morning. I'm delighted to be here. This is better than Christmas. Now, I heard you mentioning my name a little bit ago when I was in the back room with John Bag and Pinky. We were enjoying a Salisbury steak dinner from Stouffer's. You know, it's a shame that we have to eat food like that when your wages demand so much money from our expense account. So I'm hoping that Chris will cough up some more dough so we can have better meals than these microwavable meals that suck. Quite frankly, they suck. But, Paco, the reason I'm calling is I got to thinking about it, that, you know, here we are. We're at the beginning of April already, and it is that time of the month once again where we go over your grade report. So would you like to do that right now?
Or
you want to forget about it?
Is it report card time already?
Yes, it is, and it's also that time of the month some of the females and rents do. So I hope Pinky's finished, but I would never mind. Let's not even go there.
No,
but I digress. Let's take a look at your report card here, and as I go over the show notes here, I only see one flub up, and it really wasn't your fault. But hey, someone's got to fall on the sword sometime, so it might as well be you, right?
Of course, why not? Yeah, the buck stops here. What did we screw up?
That's exactly right. Well, I'll tell you, I'm looking at Eduardo. It looks like on the final day of the show on Saturday at the truck show, it looks like we had some serious technical difficulties. Now, there must be a price to pay for that. So, since you've agreed to fall on the sword, we'll go ahead and let that happen, and we're going to take your grade from an A+ down to an A-.
Oh.
I hope that's okay with you.
Do I have a choice?
But no, you don't. You do not have a choice in the matter. As your self-appointed executive producer, actually the buck stops with me. So I hope you understand that, and I hope you don't get mad. If you do, oh well. So anyway, you know what? I just thought of something here. Check this out, Philip. I'm thinking that instead of us sending you somewhere elaborate and paying all expenses, let's just let you choose this time. So where would you and the princess like to go?
I think we're a little bit overdue for a nice luxury cruise. How's that sound?
Okay, I think we can make that happen. Here's what I'm going to do. Rico, you notice how I rolled the R that time? When you're speaking Spanish, you got to be able to roll the R. Roll the R's.
Yes,
I've been practicing. So what I want to do is go ahead and give me your credit card. And we're not, of course, as always, we're not going to charge it, but we'll use your credit card. And we'll set up a nice little trip for you and the princess on a very nice cruise line as our congratulatory way of saying thank you, Roger Bilkman, for doing such a fantastic job on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive radio show.
Yeah, hang on. You got your crayon? Here's the card number. What happened? We'll be right back. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, for what it's worth, she's actually got the endorsement of former President Trump just 10 minutes before the filing deadline to run in the special election to succeed the late Representative Don Young of Alaska. Sarah Palin stunned observers on all sides by entering the race. Yes, the former Alaska governor, 2008 Republican vice presidential nominee, will now face, get a load of this, 40 other contenders in the special primary on June the 11th. Yeah, you talk about what's going to be, fracturing the vote. 40 other candidates? Never underestimate Sarah Palin, says former Lieutenant Governor Meade Treadwell after she filed. Even when her 40 opponents include a decorated Purple Heart recipient, America's longest-running garden columnist, an assistant secretary for the Trump administration who won a Twitter battle with Chuck Schumer. You've got a legislature who is guardian of our Constitution. His dad helped write, John Coghill. The son of a former congressman who preceded Don Young. And, yes, Santa Claus, who is a North Pole, Alaska city councilman. 40 other opponents. Treadwell added, cab drivers all over the world ask me about Sarah Palin even more than Santa Claus. These are two of our most famous residents in the state. And yes, I do believe she can win, he says. Under the new rules, voters in this special primary, June the 11th, will choose 4 candidates from major or minor parties to compete in the special election, which will take place on August the 16th, the same day as the primary for the general election. Alaska, if you weren't aware, is actually the only state in the nation that has adopted what they call ranked choice voting, which means the candidate in the August 16 contest with the fewest first choice votes among the 4 contenders is eliminated, and his or her votes are given to their second choices. It's kind of like the process of eliminating and reassigning continues until one of the 4 has a majority. Seems like that could get a little bit confusing, but that's the way it works. All right, back at it here as we head down the home stretch. Yes, Cue Ball.
Yeah, thanks for having me back, Steve. Hey, one of the guys a while back was got me thinking for a little bit. Let's just assume that, let's just pretend, because you have to pretend, that we don't already have a lack of power in this country, because it's not like New York City didn't shut down a nuclear power plant that's feeds power to New York City. That's Indian Point. And L.A. and California, for that matter, they don't have the brownout and blackout problems, when it gets warm out because of the air conditioning. Let's just pretend that doesn't exist. Cars, you kind of have an idea what kind of mile per gallon or a standard, internal combustion engine gets. And you kind of have an idea of what fuel prices are. You just look at the sign. And they push these electric cars, and it's as if that these things run on, hopes and dreams and pixie dust or something. It still costs money to put energy in the vehicle to push it down a road, whether it's made by Fisker or Tesla or any of these other electric vehicles that they're trying to push out there. But notice, nobody really talks about what it takes in just dollars to push a car like a Tesla, let's just say, because they're more common. What does it cost per mile to fuel or energize, whatever term you want to use? What does it cost per mile to run one of them cars, just in energy consumption? Has anybody ever actually figured that out, or is that a complete unknown mystery? Because it seems like you plug this stuff into the wall and magically the energy just arrives in the car. It don't cost you nothing. No one seems to talk about what it actually costs to push one of them things down the road.
It costs.
Anybody ever notice that? Or am I just missing it?
It ain't cheap to charge them. If you're willing to do the home charge and wait for a full 8 hours to get a charge, that's most affordable. But then, they come up with these fast charges or superchargers that'll get you like 80% charged in 30 minutes or something. And yeah, it costs a pretty penny to charge the darn things.
Yeah, but I don't know what they call on a pretty penny. I mean, I see them every now and again, depending on where you're at. The Tesla chargers, you'll see them, but I have no idea what that actually costs. But even there, 80% in 30 minutes. Hell, I just fueled my Hemi. It took like I don't know, 2 minutes? You know? And I got full back to 250 mile range in 2 minutes. Now, it cost me a pretty penny too, but you know, I don't know. But no one ever runs those numbers. I just kind of figured that that's something that maybe people ought to start thinking about, or maybe actually discussing. I mean, I'm not against an electric car. If it makes sense as a business, then let it work. But I am against the subsidies of pushing them. I mean, if you're going to use that car and you think it'll save you money, or you just like having one, go for it, man. I don't care, you know. But pushing this is just insane, and nobody wants to talk raw numbers. It's kind of like this. I don't know. It just seems like, you know, it seems like this mystery. I never really looked it up though, but certainly nobody's ever pushing it though. Oh, food for thought. There's something to think about.
I know that I've seen some of the numbers here and there, you know, breaking it down. Let's see. Let's see. An example. Let's say you drive 1,183 miles per month. That's breaking that. The average person drives about 14,200 miles a year. For an electric vehicle, you will use 394 kilowatt hours in that time frame, using the U.S. household average from January of this year, nearly 14 cents per kilowatt hour. It would cost about $55 per month to charge an electric car. That's, you know, the numbers from AAA. So that's a hell of a lot less than the cost of fill-up. I mean, right now, you're probably paying more than $55 for one fill-up, or even less than a fill-up. Hell, my wife's friend Wanda drives a big SUV. She put $90 in the tank when we got to Louisville to fill that damn thing up. $90. All right, we are fresh out of time here. Thank you so much for hanging out with us on a Monday morning. Don't forget, stick around. Get your keywords. You got another keyword coming up via tncradio.live later on this morning during the morning drive programming. Then again, come on back in the afternoon between 5 and 7 p.m. 2 more opportunities to get registered today. tncradio.live. See you back at the midnight hour tonight. Hope you'll join us for another edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.